Alright, you guys, welcome back to Runtpack Goes Plane Walking. Oh, let's get into it. So, last time, if you recall, we began after a long night of restful sleep in the smoldering corpse. In the morning, we went downstairs. Well, first we talked to Father Luces a bit, who seemed to be finally settling down. He agreed to eat some food, and him and Dulam reached some level of peace. We learned Jacknife and Greyhawk are close friends. Also, Jacknife has a dubiously personal relationship with the burning corpse in the lobby. She describes them as close friends, and he came to life, he helped her with private business. Dulam suicide baited Father Luces. Then we went to the Broken Compass, where we met Samir, who appeared human but was actually a construct, as he told Dulam. And more importantly, we met Demos, played by Xavier.
What?
Demos is a confusing large creature with a cloak. He has the head of a dragonborn, but seems to be have a lot going on. He also has lion-clawed hands and hooved feet, and is from a plane that was cut off called the Plane of Kings, which he doesn't want to return to. Then we talked to Samir a while. He seemed to know Iceland, which was dubious. He also helped us make some progress fixing Dulam's problem. He took out the tracker that was allowing them to follow Dulam, though it's too late to stop the Nonaton that's coming tonight, so we have to fight that still. But he took out the thing from Dulam for others to track him, so that is good. We saw Malagus and Tufto talking outside. Tufto sort of Well, first off, Tufto asked Hire if he'd lost his finger yet, which is a great thing to hear.
Classic.
He also, got me to, leave by saying he saw Eurydice. I don't know why he was doing that to Orpheus, but... then back inside with Samir and Dulam, they had a personal, private, emotional moment. Samir was also telling Dulam about something coming up soon called, the March, where all constructs will be compelled to search the existing planes on Mechanicus's behalf, but we don't know a lot about that yet. He also told us that the stone we found so long ago in the tree stump is called the Architect, and that Iceland and Samir stole it from the Lady of Pain. Samir also mentioned that he has some quests for us if we want to come back. And he said he would not help us fight the Nonaton, because he's a little bitch, and Mechanicus is already mad at him. Malagus smoked some sativa.
Classic.
We returned to the smoldering corpse, where Orpheus was left a note by Dionysia, but she was trying to trap him because she didn't believe he was who he said he was. So, we still have a dubious is the word of this summary. Malagus was mad dogging Demos. Best we can figure, it was because Demos is taller than him. But
Good question.
luckily it prompted Demos to detect thoughts on Malagus, where Demos discovered that Malagus is extremely ill and potentially dying of disease, and also that his arm was broken for ever. And so we made him pull back his sleeve, and it was super swollen and gross. Hire healed him, thankfully, very nicely. And Malagus had a brief moment of kindness where he said, "Ether bless you," which showed not only did he remember the name of Hire's god, but he was feeling good for once. Orpheus and Hire talked about the queens they love, and lastly, we went out of the city to meet the Nonaton at a cliffside where the waves rush beneath. Dulam also set up a tripwire, and that's where we left off. An octagonal, very mathematically precise portal had opened in the air, and we were awaiting the Nonaton.
Ooh, all right. Welcome back.
What gender is Gravy?
I assume
question.
female,
It's a cow,
because
right?
cow, but I guess it has tentacles, so who knows.
Whoa.
What do you mean you assume female because cow?
Carter, what do you call a boy cow?
A cow.
No.
Brr.
Well, one has
Udders.
horns.
Udders.
Hook 'em.
Welcome.
Udders.
Oh,
Udder.
the males really don't have udders?
Udder.
That's crazy.
Udder.
Why do human males have udders?
That makes a guy think.
Only one way to find out.
All right, guys.
We should have horns.
Yeah, probably.
What are male cows called? Huh?
Ah.
Educational podcast. For the listener at home, it is a bull, actually.
See, you learned. That's the important part, right? You learned.
It's good.
It's just like how rats are boy mice, which is something Mason taught me.
I did learn that.
Yep. Yep, that is
Not
true.
many people
Okay,
know
that's
that.
it. I'm being lied to. There's no way.
It's just gonna be one of those days, huh?
It's just one of those days.
Bringing us back in now. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody.
I'm reined in like a bull.
So, you all find yourselves right now on a cliffside. Currently, I'm using Foundry to demonstrate the cliffside that you're on here, but for reference, the area that you're in, this sort of crack between dimensions, has these rolling purple hills of very light, sort of bruised purple grass. Surrounding you are sturdy brown trees with almost cotton candy pink foliage atop. You all are currently out here in about the beginning of the night. Twilight has begun, and the galaxies above you that shimmer and shine in all of their beautiful, magnificent colors have begun slowly dulling in shade to a more muted gray tones to define the nighttime here. As well, you also hear the roar of distant tides as the waves slowly begin to rise, signifying the evening is beginning in Circad. So on this cliffside, Duelam, you have set up some rope. I believe you staked out an area by the cliffside itself.
Whoa.
The cliff itself is rocky and an outcropping that is roughly about 40 feet above the ground beneath. Beneath it is similar terrain, this sort of purpley grass and bright pink trees dotting the landscape. But it is a decent enough fall, and the rocks jut out in such a way that you imagine anything that falls down there would have trouble climbing its way back up. Surrounding you, again, some rocky outcroppings. There are some trees without leaves, not quite dead, but more in a wintered state. You also find some small outcroppings that you can perhaps duck behind of sort of boulders with patches of purple moss on them. Where do you guys want Malagus to go? You can position him.
I feel like Malagus goes where he wants to go.
Right.
I can't imagine any way we could make Malagus hide where we wanted him to.
We hold up a bottle of beer and say, "Here, Mally, Mally," and then
He's a sick man. So as you guys sort of prepare for the combat here, I'll sort of give a brief reintroduction to the creature. Emerging through a rift, this is an octagonal doorway that is suspended in the air. It has sort of eightfold symmetry to it, and you notice the color exhuming out is a sort of golden orange light. Emerging out is this towering, 15-foot tall, pristine construct directly from Mechanus. Its body is this threefold perfect symmetry of arranged steel and gears, and its arms fan out around it, 9 arms along its sides. You notice it has 3 stout, fat legs on its base that sort of rotate as a wheel might as it moves toward you, Duelam, coming through the portal now. It moves slowly and very driven, with a purpose in its expressionless face of metal as the Nonaton appears.
Oh.
Alright, as it barrels towards you, I would like all of you guys to roll initiative.
Whoa.
Ow!
It sort of steps out into this clearing, and it speaks to you, Duelam. You know it, as it spoke before. Its eyes flash in a sequence, and it speaks, "Estimated time to deactivation, 3.72 seconds." It raises its arm, and it charges towards you.
No. So I already warned you guys that I'm functionally not a combatant, right? Like, me fighting is just not gonna go away.
yeah, you're all set.
Yeah.
So you guys all are situated in your respective places. The Nonaton is boring toward you, Duelim, as the only individual that it can see. Its one goal, of course, being to disassemble you as quickly as possible. You are confident that it could definitely fulfill its goal, if not perhaps for your friends hiding in the bushes and foliage around you. It veers towards you, and as it raises 3 of its mighty arms to slam down upon you, Sir Orpheus, you are up.
So I move Lettermore in close, and then I will yell, "Get away from him!" And I'm going to shoot my crossbow.
All right, roll to hit. You reveal
Aye,
yourself.
aye.
The creature does not even turn to look at you as you appear.
Great, 8 to hit.
Front line.
All right, that does not hit. You notice as you shoot it, the Nonaton swivels its body just enough to evade its movements, just as precise as clockwork. Your
Don't ever.
crossbow just whiffs through the air behind it.
Okay, and then because I am mobile, I can actually run a little further, and I'll yell, "Leave the child alone! Come fight me with your fists!" And that is my turn.
Okay, good turn.
Was it?
Up next is the Nonaton itself. As your crossbow bolt whiffs behind it, the Nonaton's head slowly rotates on its axis toward you, sort of giving this impression of a silent, almost disappointed judgment, as if your failed strike was anticipated. It speaks out.
Auxiliary forces detected. Mechanist does not yield to chaotic interference. Stabilization procedures engaged.
And the creature bounds towards you, Duelim. Are you in a defensive stance? You mentioned you looked as if you were in standby mode last we discussed it.
Yeah. I would say now that my friend has made everyone like giving away the presents, I would say I'll look a little defensive.
The creature bounds towards you, 10 feet toward you, Duelim. It clangs to a halt in front of you as its wheels beneath its feet grind up some of the mulch. You hear the distant sound of waves begin lapping at the base of this cliffside. It holds out one of its many arms towards you, holding what looks like a fist, and it opens the fist into an open palm towards you, Duelim, and as it does so, a powerful word rings out of it. Halt! As it speaks, the word resonates through your body. Please give me a wisdom saving throw.
Sir, yes, sir. This is my worst save.
You were built that way.
Yeah, I was. I got 19 minus 1, 18.
Oh, fuck
Okay,
yeah.
that is a good roll. Felt a surge through your circuits as if the very core of your body was informing the rest of your machine parts in you that you simply should stop. However, the greater intelligence within you shrugs off these feelings, regain control over yourself as this easing sensation washes. On seeing that its effect did not work, the Nonaton moves quickly into throwing arms towards you. These 3, it attacks with these bladed arms. They sort of swivel forward with a mechanical hum. These 3 blades vibrating at a frequency so fast that it emits a almost faint, eerie hum. With ruthless precision, the 3 slash in the exact same arc downward at you. First hit is a nat 1.
Oh, thank God.
As the first strike goes to hit you, you dodge out of its way, sort of pushing up on the blade in such a way that it smacks into the second, destroying the accuracy of his second swing as well, as the 2 arms tangle within each other and the blades get caught up one on top of another. However, the third strike still comes down in its true arc, and it's a good roll. Does a 26 hit?
I'll use silvery barbs to make him reroll it.
Hey, fantastic. So, good reaction. Second hit, not as good, a 13.
Oh, that's my AC, so it hits.
Oh, okay. You speak your words of power, and the blade moves slightly, but you have a 13 AC. Sorry, that's just dog shit.
We're level 3.
You
We're
better.
level
You
3.
better.
You guys should have gotten a level up by now. This is a level 4 encounter.
This is above
Okay,
average.
that's fine.
You know, my AC is above average. It's +1.
guys should probably have leveled up. It's just weird that it didn't happen. It's
My AC
fault.
is also 13.
Yeah.
I should have 12, but I'm a robot, so I get 13.
Okay. The 3 blades then. Oh yeah, the 1 does hit. Okay, so
Nice.
striking now.
I'm giving myself advantage with silvery barbs. No one
Wait.
else gets it.
The strike lands on you, Duelam, slicing deep into some of your metal, dealing 7 damage, and that looks to end the Nonaton's turn. As it does so, though, you notice its other arms sort of coil up against the side of its body. 3 arms that hit you still remain out, but the rest of the limbs sort of retract slightly, folding into a tight defensive posture. Plates sort of shift over, exposed gears and joints, creating a seamless, impenetrable wall of metal on the opposite side. And now we move on. Deimos, it is your turn.
Holy, I guess I'll just magic missile.
Fantastic. Your 3 bolts all strike true, Nonaton. The magic missile sort of curving around and smacking just in the barely perceptible gaps in it.
Yippee!
Oh.
Up next, we have Duelam. What would you like to do? It looms over.
I mean, I'll just do my big move. I'll try to vortex warp in.
All right, fuck him up.
I'm also gonna use heightened spell, so he has to roll a con save at disadvantage.
Okay, save it. Highest roll was a 12.
Oh, he
Sorry,
fails.
lowest. Okay, perfect.
Sweet. I want to teleport him like right in front of the tripwire.
Oh, no.
Okay. Like right here.
Yeah.
Teleport. Okay. He is teleported. He looks confused. As confused as a robot can look, of course.
And then I'm just gonna, as the small creature I am, I'm just gonna try to dead drop him into the tripwire.
Okay. You run over to him. You're gonna have to give me a strength check against his strength check.
With silvery barbs, I get advantage on this check, so I'm
Okay.
gonna try
Does
my
he
hardest.
still get disadvantage, or do you?
No,
There's this straight roll.
it's a straight roll. Okay, I rolled a 9 and a 15 plus 1, so I got 16.
Good roll. See though, this thing is pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
They
This is
said-
my only move.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Oh, it bounced
It
off
danced
the
around
wood.
the nat one.
Danced around it. Unfortunately, the Nonaton got a 19. It holds firm. Your push was good. It was strong. You think you probably could have knocked over any humanoid. Okay, up next then, looks like it is higher.
So, okay. So my speed, of course, is 20 feet. If you were wondering.
Yes, so slow.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward 20 feet, and then I'm also gonna try to get some damage on the board. So I'm going to look at my dragon-appearing friend and be like, hey, watch this, and then I'm gonna do the exact same thing. All right, I got a 2, 5, and a 3 for a total of 10 damage.
Nice. Good rolls.
Wow.
We now have like a wizard backline.
Sorcerer front line.
You guys hear it as higher. You end your turn. You guys hear a curse from behind you. Why'd you move it so far? I can't get there. Malagus darts behind the tree that he was behind, very far away from the group, clambering down some rocks, jumping behind a boulder and then over it, and you see he dashes about halfway toward the creature, brandishing 2 fine blades. I guess his action to double dash, or yeah, and run over here.
You know, that was on us. We did see where the tripwire was.
That is true. He did choose to hide the farthest possible away.
Malagus dashes with his bonus action, so he still gets a knife throw.
Wow.
Whoa! No longer
So he's-
roguish.
Oh, he got a nat 20.
Oh my God.
My goat! Carries!
With a crit on the Nonaton. He is perfect. Malagus throws a dagger right through the metal plates. This Nonaton's defensive stance doing absolutely nothing, as everyone has either auto-hit or crit him. Malagus throws forth. Let's see. This is big boy damage for Mally.
Holy.
15 damage.
Oh my
Huge.
god.
as Malagus throws his dagger deep in between the plates. With this critical hit, you guys notice that metal plate that Malagus had shoved his blade on, sort of a chunk of it comes off a little bit, and you see a intricate network of gears and wires underneath. There's sort of a brief moment where something seems to spark and sputter within, and you hear a harsh grinding noise as the Nonaton recalibrates, sealing off the damaged area with whirring panel. Damage is done though, and as a reaction, Nonaton engages its lockdown protocol, expanding out a few more of its metal plates. 2 more arms shoot out of its body. The
Bullshit.
Nonaton reaches out its 2 claws now and attempts to grapple a target. So
It's
Dula,
called a
I get
Nonaton!
dexterity saving throw from you.
I got you.
It attempts to grab on.
16 plus 0. So 16.
Okay, that is a good roll. Snake out of its grasp as it attempts to grab on.
Thank God.
It tries to restrain you, but you slither out. It really wanted you. So that is the end of the round then. Malagus is last one. How come Malagus is slow? Isn't he roguish?
I don't know, DM. Isn't he?
Yeah, I've heard he's rogue-ish.
Pretty roguish.
I mean, he's roguish.
Isn't he, DM?
I've
thing
heard
is-
Dex is his worst stat.
I don't know who told you that, because that seems wrong and hateful.
It's just the word on the street.
As the round comes to an end, can I bring to the table a net? So as the chaotic sounds of combat begin to fill the clearing, you all see now emerging from the shadows on the high ridge of this cliffside, a towering figure steps into view.
Oh no!
A rugged uniform worn by hardened Gif warrior can be seen just emerging under the shadows as Jaya steps.
I've come to save the day.
Jaya, you sort of holster your polished, finely crafted pistol in your enormous hands and get a view of the scene. There is a creature almost twice the size of you out in the clearing that looks to be grasping at Dulam desperately. Can you roll initiative for me, please?
Well,
Awesome. And on your arrival, I'll give you an action to start us out.
my friends, I'm here to save the day, guys. Dulam, you will not be taken away from me. Not that you're my property. I see you as a person, really. You don't have that sense of self yet, but we'll get there. This is for you. And I'm going to take my pistol. I got a 12.
A lot of foreplay for 12.
Foreplay, yeah.
All talk.
Okay, so you brandish the pistol, you make a fire. The echo rings through the canyon and it echoes down into the cliff sides below. You all see now that the waves have begun properly build up at the base of this cliff. They're not high yet. You think probably only a foot or so, but you don't quite see where this water is coming from. Your bullet goes wide, Jaya.
That was a warning shot, okay? That was a warning shot. You let go, my friend, or the next time I will shoot you dead.
All right, Jaya. Orpheus, you are up.
All right.
Whoa.
First, most importantly, I want to yell, Sir Jaya! You've arrived! And then to, impress my fellow soldier, my brother in arms, the old man who lives with me. I want to. Okay, let me roll. Give you the rub down on what I want to do.
Rub
I
me
want to
down.
cast. let me just rub Isaac down. I want to cast Shocking Grasp on this guy, and I'm hoping because he's a robot, it will give him some sort of disadvantage upon his next strength save, perchance. So I'm gonna cast Shocking Grasp. Okay. Wow, that might even hit. 22?
A 22 does hit.
Whoa.
Yes. Okay, some damage. Oh yeah, baby. 7 damage. Zzz.
You shock it.
Nice. Fuck yeah. Okay. And then I will have my bee come. He got
What?
pretty far. Whoa! They're always doing it with birds.
Here they really like each other.
Actually, I'm gonna leave him here because I'm scared he will get. Actually, he can tank some damage. Not a lot of damage, but he can tank some damage.
All right, the Nonaton goes next. I know them. Creature speaks loudly, voice echoing out metallic.
Unexpected resistance noted. Adapting countermeasures. Probability of target containment adjusted. Additional force authorized.
And as it speaks these words, notice that the Nonaton has halted now, calculating its best angle, and extends all 9 arms outward. Blades, drills, claws, all poised, and it begins, you guessed it, a deadly spinning assault.
Yeah!
Ah!
As it steps forward, Dulam, it sort of begins pushing through you almost. Would you like to give a strength check to push it back?
Oh yeah, I'm a steel wall. I'm a stone wall. A steel wall?
Alright, Stonewall him.
Certainly, it doesn't have an area of effect attack, Mason.
This is an area effect attack.
Oh. Well, I got a 9.
It's fucking huge.
Oh my god, he's goaded.
Oh my god!
He has more arms than what you just rolled.
Moving through you like you were butter, Mr. Steel Wall. The creature merely steps 5 feet forward and begins its whirring attack. So can I get everyone within 5 feet of this robot, which includes Malagus, Orpheus, Dulam, and
Yep.
the bee did make it?
Yeah, the bee is right here, baby. You see him. You see him clear as I do. Actually, my bee has evasion, so, you know,
Not
he's
gonna
probably...
help.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, I got a
goner.
10 for Orpheus. My bee got an
Oh.
18.
Huge.
Now, what's that?
Good.
Why is,
Now what's that?
why is it say regeneration?
Oh, well, it's just additional force is authorized, so...
Now, I was
What's
just
that?
wondering if you remember that we're level 3.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. The Nonaton, as it begins spinning, you notice, as you saw before, plates of metal sort of crawl over its exterior. You're not exactly sure how. It could perhaps be magic or some sort of very small that pulls metal plates over damaged plates that were packed by any of your attacks. These damaged plates disappear underneath, likely to be cleansed and perhaps mended inside of it. Nevertheless, these strikes come out as it spins wildly at all of you guys. The bee did make it. This is placing Sir Orpheus and Malagus under.
Uh-huh.
So, if you score above a 14, you're going to take half damage.
The bee takes no damage because of evasion.
Oh,
Too worried.
Your bee has evasion?
oh,
Oh, yeah.
level 9 rogue.
Yeah, he's dodging and weaving.
He's a level 9 rogue?
He's roguish.
Roguish.
You're roguish.
Roguish. Oh, that's too
Oh!
Holy fuck, man.
I
I'm
dead?
dead!
I think I'm dead too.
Wait, but
Oh,
don't
I
you
live
take
with
half?
1. I live with
Take
1.
half. Wow, that's crazy. That's a great roll from the Nonaton. 2 nat 10s on the
Yep.
D10 rolls as it spins wildly. Malagus also goes down.
Backline. Backline.
This is the state
You
of
guys
affairs.
have fun.
Oh, how come it says unconscious for you but dead for him? There we go. There
I
we go.
just want to mention I'm going unconscious next to a cliffside again.
Oh, bye.
Yeah.
Wait, Malagus is permadead?
Thank God.
Finally got rid of him.
He's just going to another plane.
Yeah, Nonaton's sort of uneasy of the cliffside edge is going to move another 5-10 feet.
Yeah, keep moving, buddy. It won't help you.
This does provoke an opportunity attack if you are interested.
Sure.
Also, it provokes a bee opportunity attack if that thing can attack.
Fuck yes it can. Don't even worry, but his fucking stinger is out.
Got a 16.
16 does hit.
Oh!
Huge.
It's big, you know, it's a big thing.
Dang. I got 5 damage.
5 damage.
5 damage from the bees.
Okay,
I mean, for flavor, it's a little spark.
that is good flavor. Okay, the damage is dealt. Up next, Deimos. Deimos, you watch as the Nonaton spins wildly. You sort of get the feeling that
This attack that it just performed is likely one of its strongest attacks, implying to you that perhaps being up close to this thing is dangerous.
Noted. I'm gonna move up a little bit.
All right, so you cast Magic Missile again on this bad boy, dealing, what is that, 15 damage? Oh my
God
god.
damn.
All right, you hit it good. Your 3
Wow.
bolts
Nice.
of arcane energy slip through the shield once more and stab into this thing. It's begun to take on a decent amount of magic damage now. It definitely seems like you are doing some good stuff, successfully hitting it. In fact, as your strikes land, the Nonaton almost falters for a split second. An involuntary jerk in its body disturbs its otherwise controlled movements.
Dang.
All right, Duelam, you are up next. You are surrounded by corpses.
Nice, it's good. One last try, baby.
For all the money.
Oh, yeah, vortex warp him again.
Okay, you vortex warp him. Does he make a saving throw, or does it just happen?
Con save, and I'll make him do it at disadvantage again.
Disadvantage.
Oh,
that
thank God.
disadvantage was great. Nat 1.
Woo!
You zot him again, I assume, back here?
Yup.
Okay,
Run it back.
he's back here again. You gonna pull the same shit?
I mean, I don't know what else we can do.
Alright, cool.
No one else has helped me with this move.
Hello?
No one else has tried pushing him.
I should.
I'm the only one fulfilling the plan.
The plan, it's all about the plan.
I feel really good about this.
I feel good about that.
I charged this up for the 20, please.
Big money.
Okay, well, it's not. It's better than last time.
Really?
a
Last time
20.
was pretty good, though. 1
I got one higher than last time.
Okay, I give him a strength check as well. Let's
For the love of God.
see. He has a +4 to strength.
Ah!
10.
Yes!
Okay,
Yeah,
you push
17.
him. You got okay, nice. Duelam, you teleport him again. Old reliable. Grab him by the backside and begin pushing him forward. You lug him 5 feet forward, and as the wheels kind of grate against the ground, you, but a mere 4 feet tall Autonome begins pushing this giant 15-foot monstrosity. You push it forward 5 feet, and its wheels begin colliding with that rope you impaled into the ground earlier. I'll make for it another strength saving throw to see if it gets tangled up in this or not. I held on to the sleight of hand roll that you made to plant this into the ground.
Oh,
Do you remember?
huge!
I don't know if you remember what you rolled.
I don't.
Probably a nat 20.
Yeah, probably a nat 20 is what I remember.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
I
heard.
remember it being a nat 20.
Like very
Okay.
vividly.
The Nonagon gets an unnatural 20 for its strength save as it pushes up against the rope.
Can I
You,
silvery barbs it?
you
I make
can.
roll,
Give me another roll on his check.
please.
Oh,
oh,
it's not good.
thank God.
All right, you push him up. His wheels begin toppling over the edge. You see one of them sort of grabs onto the, pulling desperately against the grass as it is teetering on the edge of this cliffside now. You see the rope that you had tied into the ground tugs against its legs as it tilts ever so slightly. Its wheels starting to spin up now as it attempts to dig into the earth as much as it can. And as a reaction, the creature throws many of its arms down into you see them all slam hard as it would a giant metal cylinder clanging into the dirt as it begins falling backwards. As it begins falling, its reaction to sort of attack the dirt and throw out a couple arms to hold itself somewhat upright, and it stays there, sort of teetering half off the edge. 4 of its arms shot forward, grabbing onto roots and rocks and clumps of dirt, barely holding itself off the cliffside. It sort of shouts at you as you pull this move on it.
Primary directive: decommission the rogue unit. Unauthorized autonomy remains unacceptable.
And that is where it stays.
Nice.
It looks
very delicately held on the edge here. Duelam, as you end your turn, Jaya, you are up next.
So bad that I have no healing spells. Yeah, sure. Oh my fuck. Okay, how can I get? If I'm right here, will I?
You won't die. So you're sort of on an edge here, but I'm not going to give you any sort of like disadvantage to descend this. So if you would like redirection as you sort of hop down the rocks. Okay, a 13 does not.
But Mason,
I'm
Wait,
thinking here it
okay.
is sort of stuck in its position, sort of in a stagnant position. So because it is somewhat stuck, I will give you advantage to hit. So you can roll again.
14. 14.
Not much better.
You have so many pluses.
This is a. I rolled a 9, you bitch. Okay.
Ooh, action surge. Go for it.
Oh,
Oh,
That is a good hit.
21.
Good,
yeah.
good hit. Excellent hit.
So I have to roll.
Fucking, can I get a...
let
can't
me get a.
God damn it! I
Roll
rolled.
again. That's forever.
Okay, I got a 5 fire.
Okay.
So 5 fire damage.
Okay, I will have to deal that as you deal
I'm-
fire damage to this
yourself.
creature, you see your fire sort of piffle out as it smacks into the side of it.
The one fucking hit that I get on.
A sort of faint shimmer of arcane protection pulses over the Nonaton's form as your attack fizzles and dissipates upon impact. Its head tilts as if studying the magic used against it.
Oh.
That was your last warning. After this,
Another warded shot.
you're gonna get the royal deal. Mr. Bad Guy's gonna come out.
All right, with that, Higher, you are up next. Then I get
Finish
Malgus death
him.
saves.
What the fuck?
Finish him.
Okay. I walk up to, or I guess run up. Keep in mind, I'm a very small kobold and just so much armor. Heavy armor, if you will. And then I will cast Cure Wounds on him by touching him. Probably on like the forehead. That sounds like religious.
That sounds pretty religious.
Let's see. That is going to heal him for huge. Or not huge. He'll heal for 10.
Woo!
Fantastic. All right.
That is
you
huge.
Bring up Malgus. You see him spurt up blood as his eyes roll to life. What was that spin move he did? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was really fucked up, man. Maybe we shouldn't go close to him. Or unless
thanks
we're
for-
tackling him off the cliff, I guess.
Thanks for bringing me up higher. That's really kind of you. And he sort of brings his arm up to grab yours to use you as support for him to stand up.
I'll use my bonus action to help him stand up.
Oh, okay. You help him up. He sort of grabs at his torso. You see that's where the bulk of the impact hit him. Sure enough, lying nearby, you see Orpheus also has a similar huge gash wound right along the chest. Sort of a disembowelment as this creature spun up what was effectively a saw blade and shoved them in your friend's direction.
That is fantastic. I love our odds. Okay. And that is going to be the end of my turn.
All right, fantastic. With Malgus up now and no longer dead, it is Mally's turn.
Woo!
He sort of turns towards you guys. Duelam, what should I do? I sort of went in and for a strike and I hit him, but this seems like you have a plan and I wasn't really listening the first time.
Okay. I guess I'll say it out loud. The group should knock it off this cliff.
But will that kill him? Will that be enough?
It should at least distract it and let us get away.
But won't it follow you forever? I feel like we've got a real shot of killing it here.
We can kill it as it climbs back up, if it's not already dead from the fall.
This unit can deal with the tracker.
Malgus sort of gestures to his two knives and then gestures down the cliff and he goes, I won't be doing a lot to help hit it on its way back up.
That's all right. We have a back line for that.
That's true. These arcane sort of little bullets that you seem to be shooting out you and Deimos, I would love for you to teach me how to do that someday, because it seemed very convenient to stay in the back and perform such magic. And he shoots you a smile as he turns back now toward the Nonaton and sort of walks over to it and pulls out his knife and goes, Dualama, I hope you're right about this. I trust you here. And begins hacking and sawing away at its one of the arms that it has slammed into the ground for support. Okay, he gets a 4 for sawing away at it. You see one of the arms begins chipping away, wires sticking out and fraying, and sparks shooting out of where the claw is gripped into the ground. You notice now that the Nonaton has slowly begun ratcheting its body against its arm, slowly righting itself again. It's at about a 30, maybe 45-degree angle off the side of this cliff, but as it begins ratcheting itself back, it slowly rights itself as more of its legs come in contact with the ground. Malagus ends his turn, and Orpheus stands up.
Oh yeah, I do.
First, I would like to discuss with Maisie what you are doing, Orpheus.
Nice.
Come to consciousness. You are hazy. Your emotions feel all of a sudden dulled and wispy, and you're sort of back in that familiar feeling of ghostliness that you are so comfortable with. You find you're in a castle, a great manor, the castle that you were so familiar with.
Nice.
Light of the candles glows off the walls as you look down and you see in your hands is a book. You sort of look down at it and you don't recognize the writing. And you look to your side, and sitting beside you, reading different book, but just equally wistful in Queen herself.
Am I
You seem-
able to say anything?
Mommy, sorry.
You seem to be reading right beside her. You do. You have a few seconds here if you would like to say anything. Your nose is kind of in a book. You guys seem to just be reading next to each other.
Okay, I want to slam my book close and say, "Ready to see I'm back, but only for a moment."
She closes her book. Delicate. The woman before you is grace personified. She is so beautiful, yet very hesitant with her actions, and as she slowly closes it and raises her eyes to meet yours, a few seconds have already gone by.
Ready to see we've got to move fast. It's not me.
She looks at you puzzled, and then her mouth opens, and you hear those beautiful words that have risen you all of your life. As she
Oh,
speaks
yeah?
softly to you.
But my dear, you're right here.
It's not me. Do I have time to keep talking?
That seems like about 6 seconds.
She moves so damn fast. I mean,
So,
slow.
like, do you want me to heal you next turn? Or do you want to keep listening? Or...
I can't say anything. I'm in a different plane.
I'm taking you right back.
It's fine. Mason's about to say my body fucking kills itself again. Oh, what does Iceland do?
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see Orpheus go down, a few seconds go by before all of a sudden Orpheus stands back up, looking down at his hands, confused once more. For those of you who saw this happen the first time when you were in the Feywild, you notice now Orpheus has much more of a determined look in his eye as he looks down, looks at all of you now. You all see that the look in Oro's eye is completely different. It is a wicked look, a look of perhaps anger, perhaps fear, not at all the sort of stalwart knight that you've been used to. Instead, this is a look of a human, not at all where they want to be. She looks down again and looks out at the surrounding, or should I say he. All of a sudden, the expression on Orpheus' face comes to a tight, pursed lip as the bag on the side of Orpheus is flung open, and you see all sorts of mechanical parts thrown out as Orpheus digs through them quickly. You hear muttering in the same voice you're used to, but perhaps slightly higher pitched. Orpheus speaks of needing to find something, of getting something, of maybe needing to go somewhere. Orpheus is scared. Orpheus is not at all the same person, and in a few seconds you see Orpheus pull out the baseball bat that he has been using the past couple of days. This thing is long and cylindrical, and you notice as and I'm sort of going to capture this in one action, bonus action, and movement for Orpheus in one turn. Orpheus snaps his fingers and points off the cliffside, speaking quickly. Lettermore. There. The bee moved off the cliff.
Why would she do that?
And Orpheus begins running. 5, 10, 15, 20,
That bee.
25, and jumps off the edge of the cliff, landing on top of the bee. The bee struggles to hold up the weight of Orpheus as they are now both suspended 40 feet over the edge. The two begin falling quickly, and you see Orpheus tactfully, skillfully, moving as if he has done this thousands of times, throws a peppering of black powder deep inside of this baseball bat, pulls out a small, what looks like a bee charm, twists one end of it, cocks the other end, and in one movement aims the cannon upward, and a bright blue spark shoots out. You see the sky erupt in an arcane blast as both Orpheus and the bee are shot downward at an equally fast speed. The two disappear beneath the cliffside.
So efficient.
You know, this bitch knows how to use physics. I'll give her that. Okay, well, it's been nice knowing you guys. I hope you find my splat mark after the battle.
Crazy.
And that is what you see happen to Orpheus.
No!
The blue spark that is shot into the air from this cannon dissipates and the sky grows dark once again. You guys hear what you think might have been a distant splash beneath the cliffside, but none of you are quite close enough to see what happened. Malaga sort of looks over the edge and goes, shit. Dude, can anyone swim here?
Yeah. Can you not?
Ugh, fuck. God damn it. The sort of arcane sparks from the cannon dissipate now, and all that you guys are left with is the Nonaton still wrenching itself upward. Of which it is now the Nonaton's turn. It ratchets itself. Up, slowly moving 5 feet forward, spending its movement and action doing so. You see as a bonus action, one of its arms on the back of it. No, actually, it's going to spend 2 arms doing this. Shooting out the back, 2 of its arms point sort of upward, and the limbs rotate. You've noticed now that the way the Nonaton's arms seem to be set up is that each arm has 3 triangular arm attachments. Each one a different claw, or perhaps a saw blade, or perhaps a drill, or little mechanical hand. And as the entire thing rotates, shifting the triangle, as it were, one of the saws on these hands rotates to a drill. And on both back arms, these drills begin spinning up and whirring. The drill bit spinning faster and faster into a blur. It drives these weapons downward as you see a clicking spring beneath the drill, and a terrible grinding noise fills the air as both of the drills pop loudly against the spring, shooting up into the air hundreds of feet. It goes quiet for a moment. The Nonaton looks out, calculating, and you notice its gaze meets both Higher and Deimos. As the two of you guys look up and see, falling out of the sky now, are very fast-moving drills. Shooting down towards you, raining from the sky.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, I thought it was short-ranged!
You see these 2 arms then retract back into the body, the drills now missing from them, and as the triangular apparatus on them spin back to the saw blade. So for Higher does a 10 hit.
No.
Okay, you dodge out of the way dexterously, and you see the drill bit slam into the dirt beside you, boring through the earth a good 2 feet before it stops. Second shot shoots out toward you, Deimos. Ooh, a better roll. Does an unnatural 20 hit?
Yes, very much so.
Are you sure
Okay.
about that?
You sort of move yourself a bit as you see this drill coming down towards you now, and it comes down so fast though that you are unable to dodge out of its way fully as the edge of the drill catches deep into your cloak, ripping up some of the black fabric, pulling off a cowl from your head, exposing your face, and tearing deep down your left arm as it bores downward, dealing a total of 12 damage to you.
We tank those.
Jumps into the ground beside you, and your arm heats up, burning now as blood trickles down. You feel like this damage, while it was a sort of mix of bludgeoning and slicing, piercing damage, you still feel as though there was a heated component to this drill spinning so fast that it left almost scorch marks on your arm. And that is where the Nonaton ends its turn. Deimos, what would you like to do?
Damn. Can I cast Magic Missile and have each of the 3 missiles target a different arm?
Fantastic, yes.
Holy.
Okay, roll damage for each one. You're not sure if one missile will be enough to completely dislodge the arms, but doing the full 5 damage it might. So go ahead and just roll.
Totally.
Okay, you did some pretty good damage here. I see 2 strikes. I think you've got 1 left, yeah. Okay, nice. The first strike lands, you see chips of metal shoot out. The second strike lands, you see chips of metal shoot out of that one as well. Your third strike, the one that does 4 damage, chips off enough of this metal that you see the claw slowly lose traction. You see this fourth claw also didn't have as strong as a grasp as the other ones. It looked to be holding on mostly to dirt, packed dirt for support, but the arm sort of slackens a little bit, and you see more strain put on the other 2 as the Nonaton begins to right itself. Is there anything else you would like to...
I think that's it for my turn, yeah.
Okay, good turn. Your turn, and up next we have Dulam. Dulam, you are face to face with your oppressor. Oh. What would you like to do?
I'll copy what my good friend Deimos did, and I'll magic missile the remaining 2.
Holy magic missile party!
Everyone has magic missile. Oh my god.
Yeah.
People are sick. You're sick. 3 of you have magic missile. You have a back fucking line.
No front line.
That's crazy. No front line.
Hello? What am I to you?
You're the front line? Where are you?
On your beat, traveling away from us. If not dead.
You are in fact falling to your death.
There's no way I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, you're right, my bad. Zot zot zap. You see the first arm that you hit with 4 damage also begins cracking and creaking. Bits of metal are coming out, and this one starts sparking full on. A sort of constant sparking comes out of it as if somebody was using a welder. And the third arm, the final one, you do 3 damage to. You definitely put some denting in the outside plating, but it still holds firm onto the root of a deep tree. As the Nonaton stops wrenching itself forward, all of a sudden you see it holding its position at maybe an angle of perhaps 25-degree cliffside as the root beneath it slowly starts ripping and tearing. It quickly glances down, calculating its surroundings and the rest of its arms.
Can I throw down my warhammer? Pick up the one side of the rope, like that side of the rope.
Okay, you pick up the side of the rope.
And then I assume this side is still like staked into the ground, like the opposite side.
Yes, you staked it in with. I assume you have some railroad.
So essentially, I want to like unstake one side, and then I want to drop kick the robot again.
Nice.
Okay, give me a. Suppose I would just like another strength check. And
Okay, this one was worth.
Are you out of sorcery points, or can you still give yourself advantage?
I have no more sorcery points.
No. What'd you get?
I got a 5.
Ooh, that's not great.
If you think about it, though, it's like a dead man drop. It's like I'm putting my whole body in there.
I assumed you were putting your whole body into all the previous ones, but...
Well, it's like, you know, I'm like jumping and like, you know, if he falls, I fall.
Also, have you considered the rotational energy? Because it is not just 9.8 meters
It's
per
like a
second
pendulum,
squared.
really.
Yeah.
I'll make him roll with disadvantage. I'll use a reaction. Do it
Oh,
again.
you will? Okay,
Oh,
alright.
wait. No, actually, I roll with advantage because I forgot. I used silvery barbs on myself last turn.
Oh, true.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, this time it's a 16.
Okay, would you like to give him disadvantage?
Sure.
Sure. Better roll.
Eat up my spell slots.
Eat him up. Oh, it's bad. He got an 8.
Oh.
Wow.
Alright, you give him a kick. This is a death drop. So, you run into him as hard as you can, holding the rope as you do so. You see the root that the creature is holding onto begins tearing and ripping. Its grip on the root is pristine. It would not have let go for anything save for this arm shattering. Yet, nature and the randomness of this tree trunk fails it as the trunk breaks off and the Nonaton begins falling. How would you like to sort of do this?
Woo! Yeah, so I'd like to, very cinematically, throw my hammer down, pick up one side of the tripwire, get a good, 5-foot running start, and sort of do a swinging motion as try to kick him off the cliff.
Slam into the side of this. It was already at a strong angle, so you feel as though your momentum carried more than it would have normally. Push back 5-10 feet as you propel along with it. It begins to speak not in common, but rather in the sort of binary tongue of Mechanist that only creatures and constructs of the plane can understand. As you hear it whiff off a number of error codes in a rapid fashion, and all of a sudden it clicks back into common as it sort of shouts in the loudest voice it can, albeit still extremely monotone. Integrity compromised. Final sequence engaged. And it begins falling. You fall with it for 5, 10, 15 feet before the rope goes stiff and it falls the rest of the way. Can you give me a strength check to hold onto this rope as it is not slowed down for you? You sort of just go stiff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, unnatural 20.
Nice.
You're golden.
Holy.
Oh, yeah.
Your iron grip holds true as you fall 15 feet before the rope goes taut. Your iron arms pull against the rope about 5 feet as you're dragged down it. You think if you had organic hands, you probably would have gotten a serious rope burn from that move. But as a machine, you are completely fine. You look down beneath you now to see the Nonaton fall 10, 20, 30, 40 feet and slam hard to the waves below. I should also note, as you look down, you see sort of floating face up in the water.
Hey, at least I'm face up.
We gotta take our W's.
We really do.
Alright.
No way you aren't permadead, though.
Nonaton falls 40 feet, so that is 4d10.
Whoa.
What's out to? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Great roll. 34 damage.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That is an insanely good roll.
Yeah, seriously. Oh my god. That's almost the max.
Yeah.
It is now bloodied, or rather should I say oiled, at the base of this thing. You notice, though, instead of completely submerging in the water as you might have hoped, the creature slams into it, rights itself quickly with its 9 arms. You notice now 3 of its arms, the ones that you had been hacking at, are sort of sparking. You notice one of the sparking arms hits the water pretty hard, and the entire sea beneath it sort of shocks up.
Do a lot of fishies rise to the surface?
One big fishy.
Nice.
That's you. You're the big fishy.
No!
As its arms rights itself, you notice now that the Nonaton is more than half submerged, but it being a 15-foot tall creature, it still pokes its head and the tops of its arms out of the water by about 5 feet. It looks like the water has only grown about 10 feet, but it continues rising, the waves is continually lapping at the edge of the cliff, and the Nonaton sort of curls its head back. You see a ratcheting gear turn its head on an axis to face up, and it looks up at you all now, oil sort of dripping off of the side of it, as it looks to begin to make the climb back up. As you finish your turn, Ula, it's Jaya's turn.
I've had enough of You're gonna get shot this time.
Jaya, you cannot see the villain.
I know.
Okay, what would you like
It's
to
a
do?
warning call.
I would still like to try. Well, how near death?
Me? I'm 1 HP.
Okay.
Alright, you make your way, sort of running now down the purple grassy hill. The sky now is darkening enough where it is, I would consider it sort of medium light. Not quite low light yet, but it is officially twilight, and while there isn't the sun here, you would imagine the sun is set. Higher, you are up next. What would you like to
I'm gonna start by dashing forward.
dash?
Mr. DM, how far down is the cliff?
You look down. Looks about 40 feet, maybe 30 now, considering there's water at the bottom, but you're not sure if that would necessarily lower the damage you get. You know what I mean?
I'm actually thinking in terms of healing spells.
Oh, I see.
Is
Okay. Then in
oh,
that case,
where's Orpheus?
Orpheus is going to be 30 feet away from you.
Face down.
Okay,
in the
great.
ditch.
You're actually face up.
Okay, great. I am going to channel divinity. And I'm gonna flash my ring in Orpheus's general direction and heal them for 1d8 plus 4. Gonna get healed for 9.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right, 9 healing. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
And then I'm also gonna yell, I won't let you hurt my friends anymore! And I'm also going to wait. Actually, I have a question. Is channel divinity, does that count as casting a spell?
Great
Because
question.
I don't think it is, and I'm pretty sure about that since it's not on a spell list. It's
Why do you?
but
why do you
also
ask?
because I was gonna try to kill it with magic missile, but that would be
Oh, no,
casting
yeah.
2 spells in 1 turn if it's a spell.
No, you're right. Channel divinity. You're right.
Okay, great. And then I will cast. Cool. Okay, that's going to be a d4 plus 1 for all my rolls. That is going to do 4, 5, and 2 damage for a total of 11 damage.
Nice. Okay.
Woo.
Volley down your magic missiles, and they all strike, hitting the Nonaton, but it continues to look up at you as the magic missiles slam into the side of it. The oil still dripping off the side of it. You think it is definitely hurting. Sort of returning for a moment here to Orpheus.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You spend a few more moments with your Grace, who looks at you still puzzled with a sort of worried look in her eye as you gain, I would say, about 6 more seconds of her time.
Ready to see. I'm trapped in. First it was the material plane, and now it's somewhere called Circad. I'm trapped there. Diamisha's there as well. We're both trapped in other bodies. I don't know who's taken us, but we're not here most of the time. I think someone else may be here posing as me.
Hush, my dear. Everything will be alright.
No, it's not.
Hold the hand to your face, sort of cupping your face, and you feel almost your worries wash away as she says, "You're right here."
Surely you mean cupping my helmet. No, I'm not here most of the time. I mean, I'm here now, but it's totally because I died there. Things are really bad, Riddicy.
And as you finish saying things are really bad, you wake up. You have a burning feeling in your chest as you cough up water coming to consciousness. As you cough up and sort of come to consciousness, you start sinking. You find yourself in 10 feet of water, coming up on 15 feet of water now. You have to tread to keep yourself up. When's the last time you've ever swam?
I would guess never. Just like...
As you come back, give me like a... I want a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Not my best. Not my strongest. Not my worst suit.
Not
Yeah,
your worst.
5. This is my 5-ist suit.
Okay. You don't exactly know how to swim, but you know how to flail.
Okay.
You at least know how to sort of doggy paddle, as any creature might. And you conveniently notice that your satchel is sort of open, and it is normally you'd sort of be worried about all the metal in there weighing you down. But as you start to tread water and cough up all this water, your lungs still burning, your chest hurting, you find in one of your hands is the baseball bat that you've been using, the sort of club cudgel that you've been so friends with.
Uh-huh.
This long pipe structure that you've previously been using, mostly as a bludgeon, actually is much more technologically complicated than you realized. It is some sort of piece of artillery. You notice there are dials and very small switches along it, and there's sort of an arcane glow and aura that you didn't quite recognize before, as you realize now that this tool is used to shoot off magical cannon fire.
So you continue treading water, you've got the bludgeon in your hand, and you look around you now, and a sort of horrified sight as you see your friend Lettermore is sort of in pieces around you, floating on the top of the water.
He's like all broken up. Okay, I want to start trying to pick up his pieces and shove them in my bag. And I also want to make sure my bag is like latched shut enough, you know? Like I'm keeping an eye on that, making sure nothing's spilling out of it.
Okay, can you give me a sleight of hand check to do all of this while...
Yeah. You know
While
what?
not
My
knowing how to
s-
swim.
Also, I should note, most important around you is a 15-foot-tall Nonaton standing in the water. You sort of look at it, this thing does not look like it can swim. You're pretty confident that it will not swim. Its head is still just above the water's edge, and it looks to be sort of calculating the edge of this cliff to see if it can climb.
Okay, sleight of hand is dirty 20 to try to assemble my pieces.
Okay, that is a great check. You grab all the pieces out of the water. It is your turn, by the way. I'm sure you assumed that, but
Yeah.
it sort of takes an action to do this.
Okay. So then that's my action, baby. Now my bonus
Like
action.
all your items, you shove them in your bag. It feels safe. It feels heavier now. You're sort of weighed down by it. But you've got it all.
Okay. Not a lot of bonus actions in my pocket. So this cannon, it looks familiar to me now.
Yeah, it does.
hasn't- Do I feel I know how to shoot it?
Feel like it's supposed to be used as a projectile. It makes sense to you. You almost feel like you saw how to use it.
Okay.
You think maybe it is some sort of cannon.
Yeah, it is. That is my bonus.
That is its purpose. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You look at it,
Yeah.
and it sort of makes sense. Now, you are in water right now, which is inconvenient.
Yeah.
So, as part of your attack, I would like you to roll another sleight of hand check.
Okay.
The knowledge.
I know how to use this cannon. Okay, fuck yeah. I load my cannon. I twist a little beehive bit on the back. Oh, 21 sleight of hand. I am feeling blessed by Easter.
Oh yeah. For she is everywhere.
She is with me. Okay, so a straight roll then.
Yes.
Well, you get
What
a
would
gay
you
one.
like to use this as? What sort of, like, item?
Oh, we're going force ballista.
Okay, Force Ballista.
Okay,
22,
damage.
that does hit.
Nice. 9 damage.
Woo!
Okay, that's great.
Woo!
You deal 9 damage to it. This is
Nice.
pretty messed up.
And then I want to doggy paddle away.
As you move away, it is going to get an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah.
No. Well, I'll leave. I'll stay here. Maybe he won't hit me. Maybe he's too busy climbing the tower.
He has 9 on.
True. Well, some of them are broken.
Some of them are broken.
All right, you stay right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna doggy paddle away. First thought, best thought. 5, 10, 15, 20. Do your worst.
Okay, here we go. It gets a claw attack at you as you run away. Here we go. Oh, I got robbed. That's funny. I got robbed.
Actually, go fuck yourself. I doggy paddle so gracefully.
The arm misses. You sort of like sink under the water, like gulping in a big gulp of water as the claw goes over your head. For those of you guys above, you sort of begin hearing all of this. The water, while growing steadily, is not moving very fast. It's not like white water. It's almost like a slowly rising tide. Everything occurring at the bottom you guys can hear. So you hear the whirring of a blade, a claw shot out. You hear Orpheus screaming and gurgling. It is now Malagus's turn.
Ooh.
Malagus sort of walks over to the edge, grabs the rope, and as his bonus action, pulls the rope up really fast to get you back to the top.
My hero.
He grabs you without much effort. He sort of picks you up and puts you on the grass beside him and pants and wipes some dried blood off of his face. Oh, Ulam, are you doing okay? That was a good move there.
Yes. Victory is imminent.
Yes, I think so. He looks down and says, shit, well, fucking Orpheus is still down there, so god damn it. You see him sigh and look up to the sky and groan as he begins taking off his dirty, greasy coat.
No, that's okay. You don't need to jump in.
He completely removes it, continuing to groan. You see underneath it he's wearing a sort of fine white tunic. It doesn't at all look useful for defensive, purposes. It is simply just like a fine tunic. And he rolls up his trousers. See the sort of sickly green that slides off of it as he
No.
holsters his daggers and holds his hands out in front of him and does a swan dive right off the edge.
Malagus,
See
I
him
said
fall.
no!
10, 20, 30, 40 feet. He seems to have completely missed what you said. Splashing into the water. As he hits the water, he will go ahead and take.
But he's a professional diver. Did you consider this?
Yeah.
He is uncanny dodging this.
Oh my god,
That is
genius.
not raw.
Genius.
That's not raw.
Never mind.
I don't know.
I didn't say
It
anything.
feels pretty raw.
This feels right to me.
I
meant in, like,
remember a
cool
good
and
friend of
sick
mine
way.
named Karma the Lore in Iraq using uncanny dodge for like dreams.
That is true.
I'm having a nightmare. Uncanny dodge that.
I see it. I see it.
I see it coming. I see it coming.
Rogues are simply a
Alright.
different class.
I'd like to bleed myself out. Uncanny dodge that. He uncanny dodged liquor poisoning sometimes.
I see the
I
poison
see it coming. It's so easy.
Sees it coming. Dodge. Easy. It's just that easy. Other people should try it. So Malagus slams into the water hard. You see some of the water splash up about him, and his hands sort of bend backwards at an awkward angle as he hits it from 40 feet up. You definitely think he took some damage from this, but he resurfaces a couple moments later and begins doggy paddling towards you, Orpheus. The way in which he dove, he sort of avoided the Nonaton such that he would not get opportunity attack. Makes his way over to you and says, "Alright, what's the plan?"
Why are you asking me? Wouldn't it have been easier for us both to get out if you stayed on top of the cliff and threw a rope?
He looks at you. You see his white tunic now completely soaked. He looks very cold. The water here is cold. You hadn't really noticed because you had, of course, just died. But he shivers there, doggy paddling next to you, and goes, "Well, that's a bright fucking idea, Orpheus. Why aren't you the one fucking up there? God damn it."
Why are you mad at me now?
He proceeds to spend his action ranting and ranting.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're down here together. I like to imagine neither of us is a good enough swimmer to like tread water in place, so we're sort of doggy paddling circles around each other.
Okay, back up to the top of initiative. It is the Nonaton's turn. As before, you see these metal plates sliding over the edge of the Nonaton. They move now with water covering them. Duelim, you sort of note now that this creature from Mechanus is not being damaged in the water, so you think you probably would be okay in water, but you have different makeup than it, so...
Yes.
So, first things first, the Nonaton, as a free action, dips all 9 of its arms into the water.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where's he going?
Orpheus,
Uh-huh,
can I get a dexterity saving throw from you?
Excuse me.
He's making waves.
Oh, literally.
Yeah, that'll be a 4.
It's okay, let me get Malagus, +0.
I hope we both die.
Oh, natural 1. Perfect.
No.
Malagus has been really volatile. He's been rolling lots of 1s and 20s. So, as the creature merely dips its arms into the water, your eyes sort of grow wide as you see the sparking arm of one of its 9 dip slowly under, and a fraction of a second later, you feel a coursing electric energy surge through you.
I'm so glad he's here so we can go through this together.
Yeah, I'm glad he's here too. As you take a full, okay, only 5 damage.
I'm alive. There's no
Malagus
one
is
I'd
not.
rather. He's dead now? God.
He is
no.
near death. He is near death.
I'm gonna kill him if he dies again, I swear to God. Healing doesn't grow on trees!
The humans of this team not performing well.
Alright, this was expected.
And then everyone else carried by auto hit.
This was planned. The fucking Empire of Magic Missile up here and the gun wielder. You got the fucking backline. Let loose! The fucking mongrels.
Got 9 bolts a turn.
You guys are monsters. 9 bolts a turn! Oh my god.
Leaving Malagus and I to do the men's work over here, Jesus. Down here in the water.
Is that the men's work down there?
Front line.
You guys are the front line, huh?
I shouldn't be, but I am.
I was hand-to-hand combat with this thing most of the fight.
Well, who's in the water?
Who jumped in?
Who's not
Both
afraid
of
to
you,
get
both
their
of you
hands
jumped
wet?
in. Both of you jumped in.
Okay, so it now raises its arms out of the water and turns its head back toward the rock wall in front of it. The water rises another 5 feet, and just as the Nonaton's head begins descending under the water, it reaches out its 9 arms, or rather, it reaches out 6 arms. You see 3 of them sort of flail helplessly behind it, sort of hanging off of the side of it, the damaged ones. 6 of its arms begin plunging deep, fists and claws and drills slamming into the side of the dirt as it slowly, very slowly now, begins climbing up the side of the rock wall. It doesn't do so with much grace, but it does so with a very calculated precision. Each fist shoved into the tightest pack of dirt and rock it can find, and despite this creature likely being upwards of 1,000 pounds, it creaks its way up the side of the wall. It makes its way now about 10 up the side, and that is where it... Deimos, you are up. What would you like to do? Okay, you throw down some blur.
And then I will move closer.
Next up, then, we have is...
I'd like to grab the rope I was just using and start making my way over to my swimming friends.
Okay, you grab the rope. I assume it's a 50-foot rope, so...
Yippee!
You've got it.
I'll come 30 feet, and then I'll, I guess stake it into the ground again.
Okay, take it in.
Woo. I'll let it run slack down.
Got it.
And then I'm going to, mend myself.
Okay.
As I mend myself, the, like, faded red, like, runes on me kind of glow. And I also regain my, sorcery points.
Holy shit.
Oh, nice. Is this arcane recovery, or...?
No, it's the magic item.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, nice. First use of that. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, you use your item, and, sweet. You lower the rope. It's 50 feet. It drops down sort of slack. And, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I think that's it. I healed for 5.
Okay, cool.
Woo.
You end your turn now. Jaya, you are up next. You have sort of creeped your way up to the edge of the cliffside here now, and you are overlooking it. What would you like to do?
Man, it really sucks not being a healer. Okay, well, I'm gonna try finishing off this Nonaton. Alright, I'm gonna try to shoot him again.
All right, you try to shoot him.
Woo!
You sort of gaze over the cliffside here and fire off another shot.
This will be your last breath you ever take.
Excellent line.
17!
That does hit.
Whoa.
Okay. Now time to roll a d12. Please don't be fucking fire, or else I will kill myself. 10. Okay, poison.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I'm so sorry. This creature having no blood and no organs, the poison does nothing to it. Your bullet sort of splats up against the metal on it as it begins climbing, forming a green foam that slides right off in the lapping waves. You almost think you hear a chuckle out of it.
Okay. What can I do? Okay. Oh, just move on to the next turn. Oh, it's horrible. Oh my god.
It just can't be that bad.
Just go.
You're experiencing the karma pain of having chromatic orb as a primary.
Surely this one will work. How about this one?
Oh,
Like
true. I
classic.
did do that just all the time.
See, but mine is randomized. I can't choose.
Yeah, I was just choosing bad types.
Maybe I should get myself a regular pistol as well. Surely Mr. Shup has one.
Oh yes, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but the shop is live now.
Yeah.
And it's so beautiful.
Do I have gold or am I penniless for now?
I think we're all pretty much penniless except higher.
Hire has money.
And
Deimos is fucking loaded.
Well,
Oh,
we
that's
don't know
right. I forgot fucking. Jamos has daddy's money over here.
Daddy's
And
money.
Samir just called Daddy. That it was only a matter of time.
It had to happen eventually. Someone had to say it.
Yeah, honestly, you were just brave for being the one to say it. It was on all of our minds.
So, Jaya, is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
Don't ask me. I can't. I can't. Don't ask. Just move on to the next turn. Just go. Just go.
Hire, you are up. What would you like to do?
What was it Carter said last turn? Don't worry, Annette. Everyone's good at something.
I did not. There's no way I said that. There's no way I said that.
You just can't say it. Just so hateful.
Okay, I didn't think it would make it to my turn. I'm
I can't believe we're here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that happened.
This is one of 81, baby.
That is true. It is one of 81.
That's true. 1 of 81. He is still alive. I should note he is still kicking.
What the fuck does 1 of 81 mean?
He's got 9 arms.
There are only 81 Nonatons that have been built.
How the fuck did you all hear that and immediately realize it was about the 81 Nonagons that exist?
I mean, it sort of just makes sense.
It just makes perfect sense.
You
Really.
all said it like it was something on screen that was obvious.
It's very obvious. I mean, do you see his 9 arms?
I very much felt like I was not within the inside joke.
I like the numbers.
Look, he's got 9 arms, man. You must not see that he has 9 arms.
You probably didn't count.
How tall or how far is he up this cliff?
Let's do some math here. If the cliffside is 40 feet and he has climbed up 15, so he's 25 feet away from you.
A squared plus.
He's
I'll
climbed up
kill you.
15.
Yes, he's climbed up 15.
I'm just saying, if this is fucking GURPS, you would have had to calculate the 15 feet way different.
Didn't even use
If this
pi.
was GURPS, there would be no pi involved.
You didn't even make a force chart. Like, you didn't
Wow.
even show me.
Oh my god, I'm really sorry.
You didn't even
I'm
add
so
my
sorry.
pendulum to the force calculation.
It was fucked up that you didn't use pi to calculate Isaac's damage.
I thought about it. I really did. You know, I just thought that would be nicer and kinder.
You didn't take into account the type of metal that my robot is made out of.
I know the pig iron that you use is very critical.
What did you call me?
You heard what I said.
Okay, Mason.
Tell me.
In my inventory is the item holy water.
Okay, you have
Yeah.
holy water. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, you're gonna love this. Can I toss the holy water and then use the spell shape water to freeze the water?
Oh, you want to throw an ice block at him?
Icicle.
Yes, that is what I'm attempting to do.
All right, Ice King, I love it. This is a fantastic plan. Can you roll me an
Yeah.
Arcana skill check so that you pull this off?
Yeah. Please.
If you have an ice wizard.
All right, Ice Wizard. Budget Ice Wizard.
I'm supposed to be a water wizard, but we'll take this. Oh yeah, 22.
Oh, fantastic. You have this plan. It's so beautiful. I love it. I love it so much. Please roll to hit as you throw this chunk of holy water at this creature. We'll treat this as just like an attack action. What's your average to add when you're throwing a weapon, like your improvised attack?
I believe it's actually -1.
That's too bad.
It's okay. I'll take it. I'm just trying to put damage on the board.
You're brave.
If you think about it, throwing stuff is like Dex, and he has a +1 Dex, so.
I like
Yeah.
that. That
Well,
sounds
I
great.
mean, it definitely should be Dex. Were we even considering anything but Dex?
We for some reason we're considering strength.
Yeah, I was considering
Strength is a joke. Strength, not even a real stat.
There's no strength in this action.
There's no strength in this party. I think we all have negative strength, except maybe Doolum.
6. I do 7 damage.
Oh yeah, 7 ice damage.
Ice damage.
That is good
Worked
damage.
hard for that
Great
7.
damage. It is hurting. It is hurting bad.
And then finally, I'm using my movement to go in between Deimos, who is standing with Sergeant Jaya, and then on my other side is Dulam.
Fantastic. You situate yourself nicely. That is a great place to end your turn. And moving on now, it is Orpheus' turn. You are still lapping water up. Malagus sits beside you, and you feel the water is still electric around you. You get the feeling that you might need to get out soon.
Yeah. I'll say to Malagus, spot me, okay?
Yes, I'll do my best, I suppose.
I want to try to climb up after him.
Okay, you climb up after him. I gotcha.
So you said he's made it 10 feet up the wall, but how tall is this guy?
He is 15 feet tall in total.
So then his feet are still in the water, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, his feet are still in the water.
Okay, so I don't even want to climb up the wall. I just want to sort of grab onto his leg, like the metal core of his leg, because it's like a sort of wiry base with plates on top of it, right?
Yes.
I want to see if I can squeeze my hand up in the plates and shocking grasp his torso directly.
Okay, you sort of have to get up in him and touch him, maybe even crawl on him to do that. Is that something you're okay with?
It's a touch spell anyways. I want to get all up in his grill. I'm reaching in.
Okay, you reach in. Give me a to hit, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, not a good roll. 10 to hit.
Okay, it's not bad.
Well...
It does not hit, though, unfortunately. As you reach in and you sort of grab at things, you even might grab onto something in there, like a plate of metal, and begin the shocking grasp, but you find that whatever you grabbed onto was not important enough to actually be damaged by the shock, and you find that your attack misses.
That's okay. When my shocking grasp misses, I want to take my cannon and try to wedge the, muzzle in between two plates of metal.
Okay, give me a strength check for that.
Okay. Come on, Lucky. That's a 7. Okay, it's outside the metal. That's fine. I'll still try to shoot my cannon. I'm sort of below it, so I'm basically shooting it like right up into him.
Okay, you wedge it inside of him. It's like a pretty good wedge. And I guess, do you roll to hit with this, or is it straight?
I roll a hit.
Okay, roll to hit, please.
Please. Okay, 19 to hit.
Nice, that is a hit.
Thank fuck. Damage. 7 damage.
Nice, okay. That's great. You wedge it up inside of him, 7 damage. And what would you like to do? Is that, I guess you have to end your turn there, huh?
Yeah, I'm just holding on to his leg. I'm trying to sort of duck beneath his mass.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah. That's my turn.
Good turn. That is where you end your turn. Up next then is Malagus. Malagus sort of shouts, Orpheus, what are you doing? We need to leave.
What do you mean it's not dead yet?
The water will rise. It'll kill it. We can just shoot at it from the top. We're in danger down here. Come on.
Seems pretty waterproof, and you want me to just run away until the water takes care of it?
No, of course not. But I can't help much from down here.
Just get yourself to safety. I'll handle it.
That's stupid, but I suppose And he sort of looks at you, then looks back, and
well, kill it then.
I can't swim over there. The water hurts. I couldn't survive another hit.
The water hurts?
You recall that you felt like surges of electricity in the water.
Oh, yeah.
Spending one more turn in here, you will face more damage from that.
Well, I'm up on his leg, right? I'm out.
You're climbing on him. All right, yeah. You're somewhat out. The water rises at the end of the round, which it rises before he goes, so the water will reach you before he climbs.
Okay, well, either way, it was sort of an out of the frying pan into the fire situation. So.
All right, so Malagus hesitantly grabs the pieces of Lettermore, your bee that you had collected, and begins climbing up the rope.
Nice.
He continues up. He gets about 30 feet up, and that ends his turn. Back around to the top now. It is the Nonaton, who makes it up another 10 feet as the water rises another 10 feet. He is now 15 feet away from the surface, slowly climbing up more as Orpheus, you hold on to the side of him. For his action, he is going to whip around a couple arms to attack you, considering you are holding on to him.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
3 of his arms coil tightly around each other, spinning like a braid, forming a thick, muscular metal arm that he throws at you as a bludgeon. Right, Orpheus.
Natural one.
Natural one.
Oh, that's a bad roll. 11
Just
misses!
an 11. Okay, the bludgeon sort of, you're holding on to him, yet somehow you sort of duck out of the way.
I'm hiding right near his gibbets.
I'll take it.
Cease! Desist! Dulam, you are due for destruction. You shall be followed ceaselessly. Do not run.
And that ends the Nonaton's turn as he climbs back up. Deimos, we're back around to you. What would you like to do?
I'm thinking that I'm gonna move right here, right to the edge,
Okay, you move over.
and then I'm going to use my breath weapon attack on the
Ooh.
opposite side of Orpheus.
Nice, okay. I like it. An 18?
Yes.
Yes, an 18 does hit.
Holy.
Cool. All right, 8 damage.
All right. Deimos, how do you want to do this?
I think you see Deimos just sort of rush over to the edge of the cliff, and he just takes in a big deep breath, and then just spews out gallons of acid just down the cliff onto the face of this Nonaton.
Fantastic. This spewing of acid, it looks guttural and beautiful. Deimos, you notice in the last seconds of this Nonaton, the acid damage that you're doing seems to be working doubly effective on it, as the damage you do quickly corrodes the metal, shunting it aside, and you see the arms of this creature go limp as it drops out of the side of the cliff and begin descending.
Holy.
It falls into water, splashing with a crash of waves.
Whoa.
And sinks rapidly into the water, disappearing into the trench that's now forming where this water grows. Orpheus, you are thrown off of this thing as it smacks into the ground, sort of patting yourself off from the acid that rained down from above. And with that, the encounter is seemingly over.
Nice.
Climb up quickly! The tides!
Easily dispatched.
Yeah, I was never concerned.
Not once.
All according to plan.
So as the Nonaton falls into the ground, Dulam, you get yet another sort of last notification pinging in your head from the great rulers of Mechanus that you are watched. There is this sort of dreading feeling that you have done something unforgivable. There is sort of a marker now placed into your core. You sort of feel almost physically etched into you now, into your very serial number, is this sort of mark of a dysfunctioning auto-gnome droid from Mechanus. You sort of feel dirty a little bit as you finish this fight, knowing that despite perhaps what you did, what felt right to you, deep in your programming, in your very code, in your core, you find that you have broken some sort of cardinal rule.
That sucks. Wow. You just eternally feel like you're the worst.
Nevertheless, though, you do feel a wave of relief as the feeling knowing that you will survive another day comes over you, and with the Nonaton sinking to the bottom of the water, you see a faint glow of bright golden orange where it lands that quickly disappears. The water gets dark again, and Duelam, your head gets quiet. The notifications that were sort of pinging in your head that you were due for disassembly quiet for a moment, as instead overcoming you is a feeling of what I could almost describe as a superiority. As you guys finish this combat, you all level up.
Yeah!
So we can do
Hire
that.
yells down. What are the chances of winning this fight now?
Orpheus yells up.
Samir, give me the tracker, right? I'll flick it into the water where he sinks.
Oh yeah.
You flick it.
Oh, bro.
It smacks the water. Orpheus, you kind of jump to the side as a chunk of metal slams down next to your head. Really well prepped.
So ready.
And you see the beacon sink down along with the Nonaton down into the murky depths of this water. Taking a moment now, you all sort of catch your breath, sort of take account of your damages. You see Malagus and Duelam and Orpheus are bleeding, and Deimos also has a really nasty gash down his arm, cutting up the cloak that you used to wear. Deimos is sort of tattered to shreds now on that side of your body.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty weak.
So the rest of you, though, sort of take a moment. I want to be more lenient about this because I decided last campaign I didn't do it enough, but for helping Duelam survive this and not sacrificing him, I'm going to give you guys all a point of inspiration.
Holy.
So you can go ahead and toggle that on your character sheet. To remind you, inspiration is just basically a free advantage that you can gain on any roll throughout the entire game at any time.
Huge.
But the combat is finished. You all look down now, and in sort of a haste, you realize that the water continues to rise rapidly, and looking around, you have quite a trek back to the city of Circad. The alarm sort of rises in you all now that unless you're all planning on swimming back, you are going to need to make your way back to the city very quickly. So, what would you all like to do?
I guess start the trek back.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys sort of start running back. Higher, you're moving at 20 feet per round, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to remind everyone, if you want to go at your normal speed, you'll have to leave Higher behind.
The sacrifices must be made.
So, how would you like to do that?
I mean, our roguish member can probably help him move along, right?
Oh.
I'm really fast, so I could like take one of his shoulders and move along.
How fast are you, Oro?
I'm 40 feet per round. They call me mobile.
Moby Day.
They call me mobile.
Okay, I like that. We'll say you are successfully able to sort of maneuver Higher to move a little faster.
Sick.
You guys all move at 30 feet per round now, sort of bounding your way back. Malagus clutches at his chest. Oh, that worked really well. I didn't think we'd actually beat it. I thought we would just be outrunning it forever. Duelam, you really overestimated the strength of that shitty fucking robot. 1 of 81, you say, huh? I guess your god isn't all that powerful.
We are built to die.
What does that mean?
Our god dies many times.
You mentioned that before, right? You mentioned your Primus has died.
Yeah.
And so that happens a lot?
On the cosmic scale, many times.
Well, all right.
So, you guys continue on. So, if that was 1 of 81, does that mean the one of 64 or whatever is going to be after you next? How does this work?
This unit is not sure.
They would have to find us first.
Correct.
That's true. I'm just worried that there's a likelihood that they will find us, is all.
And we'll be ready for it.
I hope so.
We shall.
I think we can take it. I mean, well, I don't know if I'm as good a fighter as I remember myself being, but it didn't go terrible.
It's alright. We still have time to learn.
You seem to learn a lot.
We do.
Yeah.
We have time to learn.
Lots of time, if you ask me. I'd say we're in a good spot. And you guys continue your way back. About halfway back, you are officially wading through the water, all moving at half speed due to the sort of difficult terrain of moving one foot in front of the other through this increasingly heightening water.
As we're walking, Fire is again gonna flash his ring at Orpheus, and more of a whisper, but we'll again say ether and heal Orpheus for 10.
Thank you. Wow. Whew. I'm feeling good.
If I'm honest, I'd rather not watch you kill yourself again, as Iceland do that, I guess. So it's my last one. I hope you don't die.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Tyre. Yeah, I don't know why she keeps doing that, because, you know, for me, it's like I go back to Valhalla, so it's sort of a win on my part, but I don't want her to die, and she's not making that easy.
Yeah, and I'm kind of worried about her maybe, like, full killing herself and you. I fear at this point the body might become damaged if you keep going down and she has some marvelous opportunity for self-harm in front of her.
And it's really confusing because this whole time I've been trying so hard not to let her get hurt, because, you know, realistically, I, for my own benefit, don't give a fuck if this body gets hurt, but I was like, you got to keep it in a good shape for Iceland. You've got to keep everything right for when Iceland comes back. But now, every time Iceland comes back, she just fucks things up more than I ever did. Or could, really. I don't know. I'm going to keep being good to Iceland, because even if she's a no-good lowlife who deserves mistreatment, I wouldn't... I'm a knight, so I'll treat her as well as possible. If no other reason, then I think I just have this creeping suspicion that there are people around me who are keeping a close eye on me. I'll glare at Malagus.
I see.
Malagus is still sort of coughing up, like, water.
It would be really nice if people who know more than they're letting on could tell me additional information that could make life better for me and Iceland. But, you know, for some reason everyone's fucking tight-lipped about it.
I'm sorry, I wasn't meaning to be tight-lipped about it.
No, I don't mean you, Hire.
Perhaps, you know, maybe everyone can be saved by Queen Riddicy.
Yeah, it seems like they're really close too, which also sort of upsets me.
That sounds like a red flag.
Like, whenever I come back, they're, like, hanging out. You know? Like, I'll catch a glimpse and it's always like, you know, we're having a better time than I ever had. So, I don't know.
When I do get stronger, I was planning on taking sending. Maybe if there's a way I can know her more closely without, you know, actually talking to her, then perhaps...
I could paint her for you.
We could try that. Yeah.
Portraits of Queen Riddicy are kind of my specialty back home.
I'd love to see one.
I'm swimming, so I can't draw as I walk, but you see the, like, faraway look in my eyes. I start imagining what it'll look like.
Dulam, for the first time in your existence, you are plunged underwater. The weight of your metal dragging you down pretty far, but with Orpheus kind of helping higher on one side and likely helping you on the other, you sort of learn to swim here.
You guys got me in the kiddie pool. You're teaching me how to swim.
I was trying to splash water on you and you were baby size, but you did not want to learn.
Yeah, you would have killed me. It was a tsunami.
Higher, you're wearing plate mail, right?
Keep in mind, I love swimming.
You're swimming, but it is nevertheless a lot of weight being pulled down on you. Luckily, you are being carried by Oro, who is helping a decent amount with this process.
Apparently I'm a great swimmer. I'm helping 2 people at once.
That's a good point. You're also not a great swimmer. Orpheus, it is a workout for you. Can you give me an athletics check for this?
Oh, yeah.
I would also like an athletics check from Higher and Dulam.
Oh yeah, my best stat.
14.
Fantastic.
17.
Okay,
I'm built for success, so I rolled a 17.
God bless, built for success. You are able to swim all the way back. I will note that each of you will gain a point of exhaustion for this swim, just considering how exhausting it is. Higher, you think you might have normally drowned if not for the people sort of helping you up every once in a while, considering you are wearing plate mail, which is heavier than you are.
Understood.
As you guys swim, Deimos, your tattered cloth that is very tattered now because of the damage it took from the drill earlier is now wet and sort of shunting off of you. You sort of get the feeling you're really going to need to buy some new clothes when you get back to town.
Oh, God.
Shopping trip.
Shopping. Let's go shopping. So you guys make your way back to town now. Cresting the edge of Circad, you see that the previously what were second-story buildings are now right up on the water level. You sort of swim in now, all of you exhausted from the swim, not at all comfortable for really any member of your team. The majority of you who are bleeding have been bleeding into the water for a while here, and if you would all spend a second as you crest the city to sort of just take a quick look through your inventory, I will like to sort of redact anything that you might have that would be destroyed by water. For example, if you have any fine paper that you've just left out, that would be completely soaked.
So, is my whole notebook just like fucked?
Yeah, it gets entirely soaked wet.
Okay, but like it's soaked, but like, you know, maybe we can try it.
You could salvage it.
I could mend it.
Yes, that would probably work. And Dulam, you have a bag where you keep everything, which is probably watertight.
It's the ocean. It's the plane of water.
We can use it. Oh, holy shit! That's what we should do for the guy.
Me and my guy.
You know,
The burning one?
Yeah, the smoldering
Burning Man?
corpse. We could help him out for a long time if we just held that thing open underwater.
True.
Can you fit in there?
Well, we don't have to put him in, right? We could just hold it above his head for a while. She said that's how the last person helped him.
Totally. Just flood the bar.
Well, it's built on high ground. We just need to build like a little... We could get Samir to whip up a little pipe thing to route the water out the window and down into the bottom floor.
Get some irrigation going.
Yeah, just irrigate that bitch.
I like irrigation. I've been known to like irrigation.
I feel like this plan has legs, you guys. That's a big quest. We would whip that up right now.
Do you have any interest in pursuing this, Dulam? You are the owner of the bag.
I mean, we might want
right
to
now?
empty it first.
Yeah, I wouldn't right now.
Okay, all right. You guys lap back into Circad. As you make your way in, you notice there are a few pontoons, a few dinghies, rowboats out on the water, holding what look to be little oil lamps on the edge of their bows. As you guys swim in, a few individuals on the side of these boats sort of run over to the edge and they go, "Good gracious, swimming in? Good lord, you must have got caught out in the tide. Come in this moment." And one of the more kind rowboats makes their way over to you, and a larger human man, a gentleman with a deep, dark brown mustache that covers a majority of his face, picks you all up and drags you onto his boat. He looks to be some sort of vendor. You notice that there is stalls set up on his vessel where he's selling wares. But nevertheless, he scoots all of these aside and begins pulling you all in one by one. You sort of stand up in the boat. It looks large enough to support all of you. It's, again, sort of like a pontoon. You imagine that it likely can sail up to any one of the second-story buildings around here and sell to the any patrons that might be looking out the window at them. Nevertheless, this human man drags you all in. Goodness! Well, you must have all been caught out in the waves out there. Are you new here? Come in. And he gestures for all you to come in.
Thank you. We are
you.
new.
What's put you out there? What's brought you so far away from our city? It's dangerous out there, you know.
Sorry, we didn't know.
It was 6, 7, 8, 9. It was this big thing, but we took care of it.
How many things?
I heard there's only 80 more, so you know.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but please make your way. Well, dry yourself off. And the gentleman turns around and grabs a couple sort of dingy towels, some rags that he had set up next to his stall, and sort of tosses them over to each of you to dry off for a second. He sort of shakes his hands in between his fists for a moment. You take a second to look at this larger gentleman wearing an apron on his like over a dark trouser and a deeply blue shirt. He looks to be a somewhat common man, but nevertheless he watches all you guys intently.
Hey, do you know our friend Malagus?
Malagus coughs onto the rowboat. You see him sort of like not vomit, but cough up a decent amount of water directly onto this guy's sails floor. Don't think we've been acquainted. Your name is Malagus, sir. Oh, yes, that's me. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to know you from somewhere? I do sell to a lot of people every day.
Oh, I was just wondering if you knew him. Yeah, I don't know.
Huh?
I was just curious. Well, anyways, are we heading back to the tavern tonight?
I think so. Everyone else is there.
I am tired. I'm beat.
All right, so the gentleman who seems to own this little pontoon sailboat. Haha, it's a boat that sells things. Scoons its way in to one of the nearby buildings. He pulls it up aside, moors with a few quick rope ties, and gestures for you all to leave. As you leave, he sort of gestures down to his wares simply and says, "Is there anything I could offer you before you go?" You look down to notice that the gentleman here looks to sell a lot of food, it looks like. It's sort of like a seafood cart that he has. He has snapper on here, what looks to be cooked and uncooked fish of different sizes and smells.
It'll never taste good.
It'll never taste good. I'm alright. Are you all hungry?
Not particularly.
I could go for a snack or two.
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry. It's looking pretty good.
Alright, how much for, enough for fish for, I don't know, 8 people?
Oh, great. I believe 4 or 5 should do the trick. Let me grab you my finest. And he digs down for a moment. I assume you want this cooked?
I'd say so.
Fantastic. And he digs in and pulls out what look to be a finely sliced sole and snapper out of his, like, an ice chest that he sort of has stowed underneath one of the benches. Pulling them out and sort of wrapping them up in a sort of twine paper bag. He extends it out to all of you. It's a hefty bag. This should feed the rest of you. I included some vegetables in there as well. I collect them myself from the sea floor. This'll run you 4 silver, if that's all right.
I'll spot it.
Thank you, higher.
Thank you.
You pay the 4 silver. You can add to your inventory bag of mixed fish. Woo! And all of you disembark from the boat out onto dry land. You take a second to dry off. The sea here that grows, the tides overnight are no joke. You all feel exhausted now, your muscles straining. Higher, you want to take off this armor as soon as possible. It was just weighing you down, and your shoulders ache. The rest of you also just feel these, like, the water seeped through into your clothes. Duelim, it seeped into your wires, which sort of makes you feel, like, uncomfortable and slightly dirty. Malagus coughs. So, what would you all like to do? I could, get us another night at the tavern, perhaps get a drink or two. I feel like now is as good a night as any to get us a drink. And shouldn't we also check in with that shithead Zabrix? Doesn't he owe us something?
He does. I think we were trying to stock up in town before we head to Waterdeep, since, according to Vinny, it's sort of a barren pit of disease and filth.
Of course. And, for no particular reason, I was talking with the barkeep at our tavern, and she was discussing a few things she had for us to do if we were interested in stocking up on any artifacts or gold.
Samir mentioned something similar.
There are plenty of things we could find.
That guy rubs me the wrong way. I don't want to go back to his shop.
Is it because he kicked you out because you made a fool of yourself?
I feel like he should be the fool for making a shop that's so stupid.
Alright, well, Malagus, you don't have to go in. I'll
Thank
wait
you.
outside with you.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
Maybe our friend's out there.
Art friend? Which one?
The one that thinks the one that said I'm gonna lose a finger.
Oh, Tufto!
Yeah, my
Think
boy.
that guy's your friend? I fucking hate that guy.
It's a bittersweet friendship with him, hot and cold.
Yeah, that's kind of how all my friendships are. Anyways, we should also try to find our Tabaxi / familiar friend, Saffron, if we can. I guess we don't have to if she isn't going to come with us after all. But
I think she's coming
don't
with
know.
us, right? Unless she breaks her side of the deal, in which case, well,
we lost her at the start of today when she just walked out. I think we should check if she's back, at least.
alright. We'll find her. I bet she'll turn up. Worst case scenario, we know where to go. We know where she'll go. Though I
Yeah.
don't want to face that cliffside again.
Yeah, that
Equally
was worse than the
dangerous.
Nonaton.
Yes! Equal kill count.
Alright, you guys make your way back, cruising your way through the staircases and bridges of Circad. The night now is in full swing. The galaxies above you shine down now in their dull purples and blues to signify evening. All the lights of all the different skyscrapers around you, and I use skyscrapers loosely, none of them are taller than, you would guess, 6 or 7 stories tall, but nevertheless, they really are quite oddly tall buildings. You make your way in and around, and eventually find your way back to the Smoldering Corpse Tavern. Making your way inside, you are met with the now almost familiar, oh my god,
Sounds like home.
So, what would you like to do?
I'll push open the door. Hello, Jacknife. Any chance? Cecil returned.
Good to see you all. You notice she's doing a sort of classic barkeep motion of scrubbing down the counter. Not a soul is in this bar as usual. Oh, you're talking about the kid who roomed upstairs. No, yeah, he left. He stiffed me the check, too. He had 2 nights of rent that he never paid off. So, if you're friends with them, I expect you to be forking that over.
I don't have any money.
Yeah, figures.
How many nights, or how much was that?
Oh, well, and she sort of looks at Malagus and then looks back at you guys. That'll run you about 4 silver. That's the standard price,
I glance at Malagus to see if that is the same rate he was charged.
He sort of shrugs his shoulders and wanders over to the bar in search of a beverage.
Great. I'll fork it over.
Wow.
Okay, you fork it over.
I want to put a hand on your shoulder. Hired, you're a good man. Thank you for that.
I mean, it's just a kid, or a second, third night, or a kid,
Third,
so
it's really important we call her the third night.
Yeah, the third night. Yeah. So, and the chance it was a kid, I don't want Jacknife holding a grudge on the poor kid in case maybe he comes back.
Alright then, I'm going to hit the bed because I'm tired and wet and I hope I dry out by the time I'm conscious again. So, night.
And with that, you sort of make your way upstairs.
Yeah, my boots slurp on the way.
Can I try to cast Shape Water on everyone and try to like dry them some?
Yeah, sure. You that actually works pretty successfully. You're able to
God bless.
dry everyone off a decent amount.
Then can I walk like 10 feet away from the group? And using Subtle Spell, I would like to use Create or Destroy Water. I have to hit Dulam with a mini wave. And I am using Subtle Spell for the record.
You have sorcery points?
I do now.
Wow!
Happy level 4.
Woo!
Some sort of sorcery initiate?
Oh, he's some sort of initiate.
It's actually meta magic, but I was hoping you guys would think I was multi-classing, but no, it's a new feat.
Nice.
Happy feet day. Okay, you cast Subtle Spell to Dulam. You are swept over with a wave of water. It reminds you of a previous time you were swept over with a wave of water.
The prank gets funnier every time.
I just slowly look at higher.
I can do cool sorcery stuff like you. Not that I did anything just now, but if I did, it would be because of new sorcery points.
This unit has never seen that one.
We're all learning new stuff. I feel like that fight made me learn something.
This unit will never forget.
Yeah, right,
Oh my
buddy.
God.
And then he's like gonna like punch you like playfully in the shoulder and be like, yeah, okay, I can't wait. We'll see what your revenge is.
He's goading you. He wants it.
He wants it.
He's taunting
wants
me
it
right in
back.
front of my face.
What was the thing Dulam said the first time? It was like, oh, so you want violence?
That was a classic Dulam.
I would definitely dodge the playful shoulder punch.
Oh yeah, you try to maneuver around it.
Yeah.
You're still soaking wet.
For the record, I am going to roll so I can attempt to playfully hit his shoulder.
Great, you're rolling to hit.
Just kidding. Okay. No, I'm still going for like a light punch, but for roleplay reasons, I wanted to hit him if I could. Though I got a 10, so I do not hit it.
All right, Dulam, you're up in initiative. What's your action?
No.
Hold person. Kill.
You've got to go check on your best friend, Dulam, your treasured NPC.
My best friend.
Orpheus, you sort of make your way up to bed. You all are now back in the Smoldering Corpse Tavern. For those of you who are sort of plane walking here, which I believe is all of you, you sort of feel a tinge of unease, a pit almost in your chest, slowly whittle its way into consciousness now as you all sort of spend a moment here. You sort of feel as though, even though you have found a new group here, something is not quite grounded here yet. You're not sure if this specific location, this crack between planes, or perhaps just because you're not in your home plane, there's just something sort of floaty about where you are right now. And you didn't quite feel that before, but now you're you're in touch with this feeling. And additionally, I am going to send Dulam a DM as to something that you discover as part of your level up.
Holy.
What?
Well,
Be on the lookout for that. Back in the Smoldering Corpse, though, you guys all are now hanging out. Orpheus, you go to bed, I guess. Just right to bed.
I've had a big day.
Would anyone else like
Yeah,
to
it was
do
pretty good.
anything?
I'll start looking for the cat. in the bar.
Okay, you look around. Give me a. I would like a investigation check. Give a second.
All right.
I would also like to do that.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll subtract 2 because I'm exhausted,
You're exhausted, yeah.
but I'm also built for success.
You are built. That's true. That's called flat 0, baby.
Got 19.
That's pretty great. You look around. It was actually a bit more difficult to find than you thought, but you find Saffron hidden, sort of curled up in a little ball behind the bar where Jacknife is cleaning. You didn't make any mention of it, so Jacknife didn't bother helping, but you do sort of peer over and you find the cat snuggled up in a little corner.
It's huge.
Okay, honestly, as long as she's here.
Yeah. I'll go back upstairs and check on
Okay, you make your way back up.
my brother.
Would you like to know how your boy is doing?
Yeah.
The father.
He's quite well. The father is in your room. You see his setup now is a little more different than what you previously remember. Before, you sort of had him chained to a pipe in the bathroom.
I didn't
Mechanical.
place them there.
Now, though, you find that he's sort of made his way into the bedroom proper. He's set up against one of the far walls, what looks to be a sort of makeshift altar. You find him there, kneeling, praying up at his little altar. It looks to be 3 stools put up against one another in sort of a triangle pattern. The stools each are covered in a mud-dirt combination, which would normally make the room look really filthy, but he sculpted all of the dirt and mud in a very precise ways as to be sort of geometric, which is pretty pleasing to you. You notice the geometric shape is some sort of just abstract column. It sort of mirrors that obelisk that you saw in the middle of town in Right Bank, that obsidian obelisk that looked geometrically perfect to you that you recall. This one, of course, is a little less perfect, but with the stools sort of serving as a framework, a girders in between the construction. It doesn't look half bad. You see he's put up a couple little baubles that include worshipping symbols to Chantea, the goddess of the harvest, a few props. You see a few carrots, some sprigs of green onion as well. There are a couple more fruits and vegetables lying around, and he's just made this little area his prayer area.
I'll walk up to him and say, "Well built."
He jumps back. Oh, there you are. I was curious when you would come back.
Hello. Are you hungry?
He sort of looks sheepishly down at his stomach. Yes, actually, quite hungry. I would love some food if you're able to offer it. I don't mean to impose, but if you also have some finer linens, and he gestures down to his clothes, you notice now that his outfit is filthy. You're not sure if this happened when he was building his dirt sculpture, or before when you guys were sort of dragging him through a lot of shit. I'm not quite sure if there's a tailor in town anywhere here, but I'm looking for perhaps some way to clean this. I don't feel like I'm praying to the goddess quite right without a clean pair of ceremonial robes.
Yes, this unit can look into it.
Thank you, my friend. And he bows toward you pretty respectfully. I've been quite busy since you've been gone, if you've noticed, and he gestures to his little altar. As well, I've also ventured downstairs and made some conversation with the barkeep, just to learn a little bit more about this place. It appears that we're in some sort of rift between dimensions, and it seems rather that most people who end up here get stuck here.
Yes, we're trying to find a way out.
I see. Well, if there's any way that you think I could help, I'm not quite sure how, but I feel as though I want to get home. I want to get back to my people. I'm sure they miss me and they miss congregation, and I know that it's important that you need me here for whatever reason you have. I miss my people is all.
Yes, we want you back too.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that.
Of course. This unit can now find food.
Thank you.
I'll turn around and go downstairs.
The Stockholm Syndrome hit this guy like a truck.
He's not a prisoner.
He's a pet. I've determined that if he also just figured out that he can't leave here by himself because it's hard to get out. So he does have an advantage to be nice to us, even if he doesn't like us.
That makes sense.
He has an advantage to be nice to you guys? SM8. Can't a man just be like another man? Wait, can't a man just be
Wait.
Wait.
Can't a man...
Whoa, Duelam, Father Luce's endgame? Holy
Holy.
Nobody
Now
saw
that's
it
an end
coming.
game worth fighting for.
Yeah.
A girl
Now
will.
I'm invested.
I mean, I'm on the material plane. He's gonna be on the material plane.
Oh.
The
We're both
planes
gonna
are
So
like
you're a
share.
material it
it.
like material material it.
Yep.
Really, really good.
A material it's.
Material is. I want Chanel boots. Thank you guys. All right, so Ulam, you are now, I guess, in a little room alone with the father. He's sort of watching you expectantly. You do notice that he still has this sort of guarded air about him. He's not fully opened yet, but he is at least talking with you.
Cute.
Would you like to roll an insight check on him?
Sure.
We were
Oh.
discussing.
You see an undeniable lust in his eyes.
People are sick. You're sick.
You're sick.
Father.
17.
You guys are sort of in this sort of eye lock. Not a standstill exactly, but you're looking at each other for a couple seconds, and you sort of gleam from the father that just for a moment, you do think he is likely guarding himself, as he still does not trust you.
It's okay.
You're not exactly sure why. I mean, you know, in your eyes, you haven't done anything wrong to him, but you worry that he still might double cross you if given the opportunity.
Well, take that into account. Into the
Okay.
calculations.
Log that.
Enemies. You're still in the first half of your enemies to lovers arc.
You gotta work for it. You gotta earn it.
I mean, it doesn't. The enemy has to be. It has to feel real. Or the love.
I mean, you know,
not even worth it.
you have to keep a watchful eye on him, and just because you watch him walk away doesn't mean you can't appreciate it.
Sure, you got to keep an eye on that man. So, what would you like to do?
I'll go down to Jacknife and try to buy more of the calorie bars.
Okay, you head down. She offers them to you, same as before. The price on these bars was, I think it was 1 silver piece per bar.
Sweet. Does she have 10 of them?
Yes, she actually has a lot.
All right, I'll give her 1 gold for 10.
I see Dulam with the rations, and I'm like, oh shit, and then give the fish to everyone. Start passing them out.
This should have more calories than that fish.
Yeah, that's true, but my friend Dulam, you see, humans, we prefer the taste of things over the efficiency of them. I'm sure you understand.
I do not.
Well, perhaps it's something I could teach you, and he gives you an uneasy smile. You sort of get a
Oh
better
my
look at this guy now. You
God.
think he's an older human, likely in his 40s, you would guess.
Oh, that is way younger than I thought he was.
He is balding. Of course.
Sugar
Well,
daddy
that's
who?
old for humans. 70, or Jesus, don't even get me started on, even 50.
Yeah, 50. You're...
50,
Oh my
you're
God.
like, oh my God.
I haven't heard of a single person making it past 60.
Dulam knows
Fuck you!
everything.
Jeremiah beats the fucking averages.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, what does that mean?
Okay, well, in the last campaign, my character's beloved human father was constantly accused of being too old and on the verge of death because he was like 50.
Yeah.
And I guess there were no other humans in the party, so everyone was coming for his ass all the time.
We apologize to users above 50 listening to the podcast.
It's okay, we've been keeping an eye on our Spotify demographics, not a listener over the age of 30.
Oh, okay, thank God. So we
We
can
are
continue.
Hard, what's the word? Alienating the older demographics.
I heard
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
them.
They're just confirming my biases.
What the fuck does that mean? Cool. All right. Dulam, you sort of sit with the father for a second as he begins eating the fish that he was provided by Hire. Thank you, Hire. I appreciate that. It is Hire, right? I'm trying to do my best to learn all of your names. I learned a couple from Jacknife downstairs. She's a kind lady.
Yeah, it's higher. Do you not remember from before?
I'm sorry. I know we interacted a couple times. I sort of treated you as a traveler might, just passing through my town. You'll forgive me if I didn't actually remember your name.
Oh yeah, no, it's okay. Just making sure your memory's all right, I guess.
Yes, I've been through a lot recently. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah.
He gives you a smile again, and all right, I'll get back to my prayers. And he turns back. I hope this doesn't keep any of you up. I don't mean to cause any problems tonight.
Nothing keeps me up.
I believe we have the space for it, actually, with how some of us sleep.
You think so?
Yeah,
That's good to hear.
can always move the beds to the other room, I guess, as well.
I mean, with the screaming man, we have bigger problems.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Feels rude that you keep calling him the screaming man. I mean, it's not that bad.
Health objective.
I think we can fix his whole deal in like no time at all.
You can fix him.
I think we can fix him.
All right. I guess you guys. It's the evening time now. You're all a bit damaged. I assume you have a long rest planned. Is there anything anyone would like to do before you long rest?
I would like to do a very short prayer to Ether because I'm tired, but I'll just say thank you for giving me the chance to save someone today. Talking about Dulam.
Would you like to give me a religion check?
Oh baby, 21.
Holy.
That's big. Nice. All right. I will give you a conversation now, as Aether responds to you in a sort of hushed, perfect voice. The thanks should be with you, child. You have done good work today.
Thank you. But you gave me the power to do so. Sent me here, so thank you, goddess.
I'm glad you have contacted me, as I have something I wish to inform you of.
Yeah.
You see, I have sent you an associate that should be joining you shortly, one from our plane. You've been doing so well in the material plane that I wanted there to be more of our greatness.
Okay. That's exciting. Do I know who you sent, or perhaps someone else?
I shall leave it a mystery, my child.
All right. I understand. Will they have a way of identifying me?
Always.
That's true. I guess I do have my ring. Thank you. That's kind.
You're in good hands. Consider it merely an associate. This is a test run, as it were. As you know, Aether is not all perfect yet. Perhaps with more of these missions it can be.
Yes, well, I believe we're pretty close to doing so. I would love to help someone else as they're figuring out how they can best support the nation.
Fantastic, my child. I look forward to hearing back. And the voice
And
is quiet.
okay, even if she left, I'll still say, and can you say hi to Tyke for me?
You don't hear a response.
All right.
All right, and that is a good religion check. Would anyone else like
Nice.
to do anything in the tide?
Am I still sharing a room with Vinny, Bagatha, and Malagus?
Yes, in fact, on your return, Vinny is excited to see you. Hi, Orpheus, how you doing? Oh, you look different. You look kind of beat up. You all right there, my friend?
I was hoping you would be asleep. Hi, Vinny. It's good to see you. I'm just going to roll into bed. Good
Yeah,
night.
good to see you too. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Okay.
No, yeah, report, soldier. What did you find today?
Oh,
Did you
that's
and
what I was hoping
Bagatha
to
have a
talk
nice
to you
day
about.
together?
Yeah, we had a nice day. I was really missing you. Just because we went out, we had a nice brunch at this cute little coffee shop, and then this evening we went out for drinks. And I did learn a little bit more about this town. See, we learned that there's actually like a lot of really nice people here, and there's like a ghost town. You know, we visited it. It's kind of spooky over there. It made me feel icky, so I didn't spend a lot of time there. But there were a couple people there who were sort of yelling at me. You know, like, give me life. You know, bring me back. You know, and that kind of scared me.
Yeah, that sounds scary, Vinny. So is that what you wanted to tell me?
That's basically all I learned today. Yeah.
Good job, buddy. You know, you got out there. It counts for
Thanks.
something.
That's really nice, man. How'd it go with you guys? Is Dulam all right?
Dulam's good. You know, another glorious victory for the books.
Well, that's nice. You know, if it's not too much trouble, Bagatha made him a little something. Or sorry, made it a little something. Here, let me go find it. And Vinny turns around and comes back with a small wrapped twine box. This was supposed to be for Dulam. Can you give it to it?
I just look at it in his hands. Why are you giving this to me?
Okay, fine. I guess I can go do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to make a big stink. Fuck me, I guess. My bad.
All right, sounds good. Good night, Vinny.
Yeah, good night, Oro. You're a real nice guy. You know that?
Thanks. Vinny, was that sarcastic? I can't always tell.
No, that was supposed to be legit. I don't mean to be rude or at all. I really do like your company. I wish you would talk to me more about what happened tonight, but I understand you're tired, so that's that.
Oh, Vinny, you're a good guy. It's just some personalities aren't compatible.
I just really don't know what that means, you know?
Why don't you go find Dulam? I'm going to bed.
Yeah, alright, that's nice. I really enjoyed these chats.
Alright, so was that one sarcastic?
Yeah, that one was sarcastic.
Alright, look, Vinny, it's nothing against you, but we just swam like 2 miles home. And I just don't understand why you want me, of all people, to give Dulam the present from Bagatha.
I said it's no worry, alright? Drop it. It's fine.
Vinny, I need you to be straightforward with me. Are you mad or not?
Boy fit.
Alright, look, Vinny, I'm gonna go to bed. Tomorrow morning we can talk about this if it's still bothering you.
Thanks, that's real nice. You have a good one, alright?
Yeah, you too. Good luck giving Dulam the gift. Your friend made it. And I just sort of fall face down into my bed.
You fall face down and have a nice long rest.
I will say, the second Malagas comes back, I do want to talk to him. I just don't really have time.
You are
for
so
Vinny right
fake.
That's crazy.
It is actually crazy. I cannot believe you pulled that shit. So, you chill for Malagas to come back, I guess. You know, it's fine. Would anyone else like to do anything on the evening? Check in.
Set up the alarms.
Okay, you set them up as usual.
Can I talk to the barkeep?
Yes. I should note actually, this is your first time sort of away from home, Damus. This is like a sort of weird thing, you know, where you normally wouldn't have spent the night away from the Broken Compass Inn. So, you know, you've probably been to this bar a couple times. It's probably the worst bar in this entire city.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, you head downstairs and Jacknife sort of waves an idle hand at you. You notice Malagas is sat up on one of the stools, drinking what looks like a very tall cup with a bendy straw on the top. The bendy straw is curved slightly, and he's just got his chin resting on the bar, slurping idly. He doesn't even look at you as you come in, but Jacknife waves a hand in one quick motion. Hey, Deimos, what's up? You sleeping here now?
I guess so. I was wondering, for your patrons, do you perhaps have any, and then he sort of glances at the burning man, any remedies for such an annoyance?
Preaching to the choir, my friend. It's something I've been trying to fix for a long time. I tried so many things, you know, pouring water on him didn't work. Pouring oil on him didn't kill him faster. I'm at my wit's end here. To be honest, the guy who owned this bar before me used to just cast a silence spell on him, and that worked pretty well, made it quieter, but I got nothing, man. If you got something, I have a big reward waiting for you. Honestly, anyone who could fix this guy's problem, either shut him up or, get him on fire. I have a gold reward and some items in the back that I've been saving for that kind of... Sorry, I'm getting carried away. No one knows how to fix it. Can I get you a drink?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and she reaches under the bar and pulls out a couple bottles of liquor and pours a sort of concoction that I'm sure she knows from experience that you like. Passes it over to you. On the house, my friend. Malagus shoots her a dirty look. What the fuck on the house?
I sort of pat Malagus on the back and say, "Good work out there today."
Whatever. Thanks, I guess. It's good to have you on the team. You actually helped quite a bit, I could tell.
Yeah, you too. You too.
Thanks, I guess.
And is there enough beds for me, or should I have to pay for my own room?
You
definitely have room for you in our rooms. I mean, Hyre was sleeping under the bed. Dulam was sleeping in the bathtub.
That I like.
I mean, people can share also. Also, the cow has its own bed right now. Like, we can...
Holy.
We got room.
Yes, the cow was getting its own bed. Jaya, you sort of took over a whole wing of one of the rooms just for you and the cow, so... It's fine. It'll be easy to get yourself a room.
I mean, oh no, if Dulam and the father have to share.
You guys are sick. You're sick.
You guys just love age gaps. He's too young for me.
What?
Now that what I'm scared of.
It's sick. It's just sick. So Deimos, you take a second to nurse your drink for a bit. Malagus does not make conversation with you, and Jacknife sort of watches you idly. So Deimos, you traveling now? You know, I know old Samir was always talking about how you might flee the nest one day.
He kind of booted me onto this group.
Don't say it like that. I'm sure he meant you well.
True. But yeah, I'm kind of hanging out with this group here, and it's been interesting so far.
Seemed fine enough.
Yeah, we did kind of have to swim like 2 whole miles though. That was kind of tough.
Yes, that is somewhat tough. You're very strong though. It looks. Your clothes are a bit tattered though. I might have something in the back for you, like a tablecloth. Is that something you might want?
You know?
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
No, for the right price. That sounds perfect.
Yeah, no. On the house, my friend. You're one of us here in the city. We gotta keep to ourselves. You know.
You're a blessing.
And she goes in the back, leaving you and Malagus alone for a couple seconds. And Malagus sort of shoots you a look and says, "How come you're getting all the free shit?"
You know, it pays to be nice, Malagus.
Well, it pays to pay money. How about that?
Very true. Very true.
And with that, Malagus sort of turns away, and Jacknife comes back, sure enough, with like a big, heavy white tablecloth. It is thick fabric, like canvas. She sort of like jabs her metal arm into it. You notice the giant metallic arm that she has on her left side is sort of outfitted with a couple blades on the end that she can shoot out at will. And she cuts a sort of head hole into it and hands it over to you as you sort of acquire this. I guess we're going to call this a tablecloth poncho.
Perfect. I take it, but I don't put it on yet.
Okay. And she gives you a nod and says, I hope this new group is good for you. And by the way, if you have any work that you're looking for, I have a few quests that I'm offering, just some favors that I'd love for you to do. In exchange, I have some items over in the back and some gold that I could offer if you're interested at all. I don't know how long you guys want to stick around here.
No, yeah, that'd be perfect. I'd love to take a look.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps in the morning you could gather your group and I'll let you know what we got.
Nice. And I think with that, I'm gonna finish my drink and head upstairs.
Okay, you finish off your bev, and you head upstairs. As you head up, I suppose that is unless anyone else wants to do anything, I'll throw it out there. But otherwise, we got a long rest.
Woo!
So you guys all.
Oh wait, did
sleep?
Malagus ever come to bed? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I guess you stay up for a while. It's way later than you want.
Isn't it always?
And
Just one of those
eventually,
nights.
Malagus does make his way into the bedroom. He
Malagus.
sort of stumbles in, and he goes, "Oh, yeah, yes.
Shh, shh, shh. Keep it down. I don't want to wake up Vinny and Bagatha.
What's wrong? What's up?"
Nothing's wrong. I just wanted to thank you. You jumped in earlier. That was good. I feel like that was the sort of thing that'll make everyone like you.
Well, I don't need people to like me. I need them to need
No,
me.
but you. What?
Sorry, I don't know who just said that.
No, it's
Acting
it's
stupid.
all right. I mean, we all want to feel we have a purpose. You know, I can relate to that.
Yes, well, what is it that you thought I did today? Because I really felt like I was just doing the bare minimum.
What do you mean? You jumped off the cliff because I was drowning. That was very brave.
Thank you, but I mean, really? I
And
feel
you
like I
saved
was-
Lettermore. That was important.
The bee, I suppose. I just, yeah, all right.
That was no small feat, Malagus. You don't need to be so humble about it. That was really nice. That was good.
Thank you. I guess maybe I did do something today.
You did
And
a
he
lot
looked-
today. You also were like really slashing that monster thing. Andrew came out with us in the first place. I'd say today was really good for you. Also, it was great earlier when you remembered the name of Hire's God and you were like, bless Ether. That was really nice. Also,
Oh, did you like that? I really thought that would work. You know, I was just really wanted to earn some karma points with him.
yeah, I thought this worked. Sort of karma points. Yeah, I thought this worked really well. That I don't know. That seemed genuine. I guess it's a little weird to hear you just saying it to earn karma points, but I think.
Oh
You
no, that's
know.
just between us. That's just between.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm not. I don't have loose lips.
I
No,
hear
if
they
anyone
secret-
asked, I would answer honestly, but I don't think anyone will ask. So,
I feel the same.
anyways, can I ask you a question now that we've had this really good conversation that we both liked?
Of course.
Okay, good. Why can you see in the dark, and why don't you tell anyone that you aren't human?
I can't see in the dark, not well.
Yeah, you can. You did when we were under the tree stump, remember? You didn't
No,
have
then
a
I was
torch.
Yes, I was just wandering.
Yeah, except for you were writing in a notebook.
He sort of looks down awkwardly as if you caught him in a lie, which is sort of exactly what you did.
I'm not mad, I'm just curious. Like, should I not tell people I'm not human? I mean, the body is, but I'm not.
Yes, well, it's something that some people get in a sort of rut about. I suppose it didn't matter with you or the group. It's sort of not really important. It doesn't matter to what we do every day. You get what I'm saying?
What is it? You can tell me.
Nothing. That's it. It's just not.
What's it? You didn't say anything. You said some sort of adjective clauses, but I never got an answer.
And with that, he looks a little defensive. Why are you pressing me? What?
I don't know.
need
I'm just
something?
curious. No, but I
Well,
don't
maybe
know.
go be curious with someone else. All right, I've had a long day and I'm hurting a lot.
You're hurting.
Yes, that was a difficult encounter, and I'm not sure if you remember this, but I did die. And
Yeah, me
I don't
too.
like where I go when I die. Do you like where you go?
I wish I was there all the time.
What? Wait, did you go back to Valhalla?
I did. I got to see Queen Radice for a moment. She's
Well,
doing well.
That's nice, I suppose.
It was. Where did you go?
Hell.
Yes, well, let's just say it's. Have you ever seen that great wheel that they show people? It's on the lower end.
Well, I don't really know this wheel. So is that where people who aren't humans but are whatever you are go?
No, I think it's people who act as shit as I do in their life go.
You can tell me if you're not human. Alright, I won't press. Ugh. Good night,
And Malagus
Malagus.
turns over and doesn't say a word and begins falling asleep.
Yeah. I go to sleep too.
Great. Everyone, please go ahead and add a long rest.
Yay!
you have all given yourselves a long rest as you sort of awake now to a fresh day. You're each leveled up with newfound health and perhaps abilities that we will hopefully explore soon. But as you wake up, each of you feels well rested. Your alarm was not tripped at all the previous night, Duelam. You believe it was genuinely a restful night, and you all began slowly exiting your rooms, mingling with one another, and Jaya sort of pulls you guys aside and goes, I think I'm going to spend the day with the cow again today. You know, we're getting along with him real well, so I'll stay in and keep an eye on the lovebirds that have been sleeping it up around here. Oh, by the way, before I spend the day with the cow, Duelam, I've got something for you here from Jenny, who said it was from Bagatha.
Orpheus makes the most exasperated hand gestures.
And Jaya hands you a small box. It's very small, perhaps the size of a jewelry box, wrapped in twine, to you, Duelam. I think it's a gift or something. Hope you like it.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I don't think you should thank me. It's like 2 degrees away.
Thank you for the delivery.
Yeah, all right. And Jaya leaves.
Huge.
And he got shy about it.
He got shot.
Malagus sort of wakes up with a sort of refreshed look in his eye. All right, gang, listen, I've got a lot of great things we can do today. You know, I was thinking first off, we should probably find some way to get some currency, you know, before we go to Waterdeep. That place is very financially driven, and I think we'll find ourselves in a hole without some good gold behind ourselves. So, you know, if it's all the same, perhaps we find something to do around here to earn a little coin. And also, I know Zavrix owes us at least the favor to go back, so we should check in with him to redeem that. Also, I'm pretty sure that he was, like, worried about his cat or something, and so I feel like the sooner we get that off our chest, the better, just because I'm worried about that cat ditching for some reason.
I actually
Oh,
think
that's-
once we give the cat over to Zavrix, she's more likely to ditch.
Well, will he not be mad at us for the cat not being with him the whole time? Because we lost... she had been gone from him for, like, a few hours, but now she's been gone from him for, like, a day.
That's
This
a good
unit left a
point.
note.
And to be fair, he wasn't there when we got back, so I feel like it's his bad.
Hmm.
Yes.
True, and I guess we told him where we were, so he could at least come to us.
Besides, one of his employees, that ogre fella with the necklace of intelligence, at least is one of, you know, he works for Zabrix, so likely passed on that we did the job.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know about you
I'm
all,
glad
but I
he
guess... Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
I'm glad he turned his other cheek and is now such a refined man and doesn't believe in violence. It sounds like he's really doing well for himself.
Choosing peace is the best thing a man can do. Look, you guys, I don't know about you, but I guess what I sort of want, or not what I want to do, but what I think is strategically beneficial to do, would be to see if Samir had any tasks for us. And then maybe tonight we set on filling the bag with water for Jacknife.
We could try that.
I just feel like it would work. I don't know. I know it wouldn't be a forever fix.
I mean, it could help for us to know even more quests that we could complete, but we do already have a decent amount.
That's true.
But I don't mind going to Zephyr first. Or Samir.
I mean, I don't know. Deimos, you probably miss him, don't you?
Dearly.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Deimos, but you've never left the house before, or at least, how long have you been living with Samir?
DM, do I know how long I've been living with Samir?
Good question. Let me check. I think you've been living with him a little under a year now, so long enough where you guys are close, but you definitely remember life before him. So I'm gonna put it at like 10 months, we'll say.
Nice. Yeah, I've been, he graciously took me in around 10 months ago. And yeah, now I'm free.
Free?
Were you not before?
Sorry. A poor choice of words. No, I actually quite liked being there, but it was becoming a bit monotonous to just clean and and toil on the gears because I wasn't much of a artificer myself. So
You see? So, during these 10 months you worked there, how often did you see this face?
Samir's face.
My face? Not
Your
my face,
face?
Iceland's face.
Oh, I think DM. It was like once, right?
Yeah, so to you, Deimos, you've probably only seen Iceland's face. I would probably guess twice at most. You
Okay.
know Samir dealt with Iceland more than that, though. It was honestly one of those things where sometimes Iceland would get there and Samir would pull Iceland aside and they would talk about things that you sort of were like left out of. And it might, not necessarily a sore subject, but you think whatever they were talking about was either private or above your pay grade.
Okay, so yeah. I seen your face about 2 times beforehand.
Alright.
And not for very long.
Okay, well, 2 times isn't so bad. I was getting really anxious about the situation, but that's not that, Anyways. Alright. Y'all ready to head out? Mally, are you sober?
Yes, I'm quite well. I'm ready for the day. I had many options for you all. If you'd like, we can also explore the town more. We've really only been to a couple shops. I'm sure they have some fine areas around here to explore. If you'd like, we could even go ask some people if they have any interest in joining us in Waterdeep, As you recall, a lot of people here don't really want to live here. That's at least what I learned from Vinny and Bagatha. And so perhaps, if we liked anyone around here, we could offer for them to join us on our way to Waterdeep. I'm sure it's better than here, right?
Is it? Vinny makes it sound horrible.
Yeah, I feel like we'd just be giving people diseases.
Who would we even ask?
Hopefully I can figure out remove curse. But yeah, I think it's worth offering to people as we meet them, if they seem interested.
Alright. I don't mind a bigger party. More soldiers, maybe. We could invite Greyhawk. Grimhawk. She seemed really strong.
I will say, she was pretty strong, but I doubt she'd just want to leave her business behind.
Did you see her arms, though?
Yeah. Sorry.
You people are sick.
We can always stop by if the whole party thinks that's a good idea. Sounds like 2 yeses.
There's no harm in asking. I'm hearing 2 yeses.
Sounds fine to me, as long as, I'd prefer not to go to Samir because I think that guy was sort of an asshole, but the rest of them seem fine, yeah.
Wow.
This fine barkeep that we've been tending, Jacknife seems pretty nice too. At least we could ask her if she has any way of acquiring some currency for us. Not that I'm rushed for that, I'm not quite sure if Zabrix is going to send us on our merry way in the state we are now. I don't know. I just don't trust that man.
Malagus, hold out your hands.
Malagus holds out his hands carefully and looks at you confused.
Is he wearing gloves?
Malagus does wear fingerless gloves, yes.
Yeah, that one.
Oh my god.
That's correct.
So sensitive.
Okay, well, can I tell if he's wearing any rings?
You don't see him wearing any rings.
Okay. I lean down to higher. I don't think he's married to Jacknife, but for a moment I did.
Higher probably. You just broke his worldview. He's really thinking. Aren't people that are married? Shouldn't they like each other? I didn't get the impression that Jacknife particularly liked him.
Would you like Malagus if you were married to him?
Well, I wouldn't marry Malagus, so I'm
no,
not
me
sure.
neither.
Yeah, we got that in common.
I give you a hearty slap on the back.
Oh yeah. Oh, Return one.
I
Return
crouch
hard
down so you can reach my back.
Oh.
I'll do a little jump if I have to. We could always, go in two groups because, if we did want to speak to Samir, I think that'd be good for Deimos, maybe. And that way we could also get his quest.
We should go to Samir. Malagus and I can wait outside.
Fine.
All right,
I'm
let's
down to
go.
go to either first.
Would you guys like to go to Samir's place of residence?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
All right, cool. You guys exit the Smoldering Corpse Tavern. You get the all too familiar ah! On your way out, Jacknife gives you a smiling grin. You notice she's extra cheery today as there is a patron in the bar, a genuine patron.
I eyeball
Well,
him.
I follow
Ocular
through.
pat down. What's up with this guy?
The patron in this bar looks to be you sort of ocular pat down. Do you want
He's
to give me
clear.
a perception check?
Oh yeah, it's a 17.
He's clear.
You take a look at the individual in the bar. It is a taller, gaunt woman who looks almost
Ooh.
ghostly. She wears a classic long winter dress, fit as well with sort of like a ruffles and padding in the length of the dress to make it look significantly larger. She wears on her arms a thick woolen scarf that sort of ends by her hands, and almost what look like gloves, which is an odd fashion choice, you note.
Malagus.
And she has this absolutely gaunt face. It's almost ghostly. In fact, if you didn't know otherwise, you would think she was a ghost, but the way she's sitting and sipping a drink quietly, not looking at you all, but sort of just looking out and out into the bar, you don't think that she is a ghost.
You have to know that does nothing for the ghost allegations. Present company.
You said the keyword
I'm just telling you what you see from your perception check.
What was the keyword? Woman?
ghost.
Oh, ghost.
So, the woman is not looking at you guys at all. Do you have any interest in discussing anything with her?
I just also want to know, I'm not at all trying to hide my ocular pat down. There's
Looking
no
her up and down.
subtlety holding me back.
So you're eyeing her up at the bar.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Jacknife, who's your friend?
Jacknife immediately goes stone-faced as you say that. And she goes, "Dude, what the fuck? Wait, I have a patron. Yeah, now you're making a big thing of it? No, this should be normal."
Aren't I a patron?
When's... And Jacknife stutters for a moment and goes, "But if you buy something from me..."
We paid for the rooms. Malagus paid for the rooms. 2 rooms.
Malagus paid for the rooms. What have you done? Sorry. I don't mean to say that. He's being a bit loud this morning, and she gestures to the man in the center screaming. Sometimes I think he does it to get on my nerves.
You two have a complex relationship.
Is there anything I can do for today? Do you want to buy anything, or you interested in some work? I've got a few things that I could have you do around here.
I don't know, I guess I'll go fuck myself. I don't know.
No, I want your help. You're the first people who have stayed, the first adventurers who have stayed in my bar in my time.
Oh, you want my help? Oh, now we're so useful to you, huh?
Her face
Maybe you
gets
should ask your new friend
super
for
dumb.
help.
Her face goes completely cold.
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be irritable. I think I'm spending too much time with Malagus. How could we help you, Jacknife?
It takes her a moment for the sort of hesitation and anger to leave her face. And as she answers, you notice she turns to the rest of your group, to Deimos and Dulam and Hire instead of you. Well, I would love it if you all helped me with some varmin I have in the basement. They've been eating up all of my stores of nutrient bricks. And this upcoming weekend, I've got this this new brew that I'm trying out, holding a little competition, and let's just say I accidentally gave my hand away by offering too large of a prize, so I sort of need someone to rig it.
What do you mean by rig it?
Well, I want one of you, or all of you ideally, to go into the competition and win for me, so that I don't have to give out the obscenely large prize to somebody else.
That I think we can do.
Yeah.
So what would you pay us to do that?
Well, the prize I offered accidentally was, and she sort of looks awkward about this, and she says, "Well, I offered the entirety of the safe that I have downstairs."
And how much is it?
All right. So maybe we're talking like 75% of the safe then?
Right
Wait.
now, let's just say that amounts up to a larger sum that I'm willing to give out. I was really hoping this would get people in the door, and I hear a lot of people are coming, more than I expected, and I sort of got away with saying too much, and maybe I was drinking a bit when I made that promise. Anyway, if you help me all, I promise to pay each of you. How does 100 gold sound?
Each
Whoa.
of us.
That's right.
Is that
Whoa.
a lot?
Must be a very valuable safe.
Well, you have to win.
yeah.
That's the thing. You have to win.
I think we can find a way to win. We have magic.
I thought you were gonna say we have Malagus because he's an alcoholic.
Well, Malagus has a chance.
I also feel really good about Malagus, but
I do feel
I
good
don't
about
know.
Malagus.
there also might be other alcoholics here.
That's the problem. The thing is, there's sort of a group of dwarves that live a few towers over that they've got a real appetite for this sort of thing. In fact, they have their bar of their own.
Just a drinking spot with the buddies at this point.
Yes, it's a group of, it's like 12 of them over there. And they've got an awful name, too. They call their bar the Tipsy Miner.
That is an awful name!
I know, right? I thought my name was bad.
That sounds dangerous. Oh my god. Oh my god, no.
What is so bad about that name?
Well, minor can also mean someone who's young.
Oh.
And they're not meant to be drunk.
Oh.
That's sort of a joke, Dulam.
Oh. If it's a joke, then why is it bad?
Well, you know how sometimes hires jokes make you unhappy?
No.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright. Can you imagine a joke that would be done, say, to Malagus that would make him unhappy?
Yes.
So that should be a bad joke, because jokes are meant to make everyone happy?
This unit is starting to understand.
I rub your head.
Yeah, keep touching it.
Could have said that?
I think I'll start her, guys.
Who said that?
Oh, said it.
Alright, I think we could win that drinking contest. I don't
You
see
think
any way
so?
we lose, honestly.
100 gold, not a bad offer, right?
Now, you mentioned they were dwarves. Do dwarves have an advantage?
Oh, well, I'm not sure if you knew this, but most dwarves are resistant to poison, and alcohol being a sort of form of poison, they sort of have a natural resistance. On top of that, of course, these specific dwarves run their own bar, so all they do all day is drink, which puts them at a clear advantage.
Wait, okay. Last night, Jaya shot the construct with poison and it didn't do anything. Dylan, can you be poisoned?
I don't think Dulam could drink.
Well, that's not that hard to change, right? We could have Samir pop a tube in.
True.
This unit can always try.
He can always try.
This
Hey,
unit
Jacknife,
is not
can we
affected
get-
by disease.
How about this? If Samir can pop a tube in this little creature here, if that's all right with you, if it can have a tube in it, then I will pay whatever price it takes to get that tube in there.
Really?
I'll foot the bill.
Holy.
Well, if we could maybe even just temporarily put the bag in there, the bag would store literal, like, infinite water.
I kiss your forehead.
alcohol.
Hired! You're a genius!
Oh my god, my first.
This is all really smart.
Okay, I'm not touching anyone for the rest of the episode. The final strike.
This is all really smart. The one problem is I'm not going to be the one running point on the umpiring of this. To keep things fair, I sort of needed to hire outside help, so it won't be me doing the judging. So I can't ensure that you will be able to get away with it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. The bag
How would
seems
they find
unfair.
Well,
I
I just
believe
don't
in
know how
us.
you're gonna hide a bag that well.
Well, we just have to like drill a hole in his mouth and put the bag inside.
Dulam, this seems wildly uncomfortable for you.
Yeah.
You're not interested in that?
The bag seems unfair.
Oh, and fairness. Yeah. Fairness is very important to all of us.
Yes. This unit is willing to try without the bag, since the dwarves seem to have an advantage.
That's true. Now, don't sports mostly come down to who has the biggest advantage?
No.
No?
Fair sports come down to pure skill.
But isn't a lot of skill coming from preparation?
Sure.
So, if we prepare well, isn't that a skill in and of itself?
But over preparation is unfair.
Alright.
Gaining too much
Orpheus.
skill in a short amount of time is unfair.
Orpheus, weren't you telling me about those stupid knights that you have under Queen Ridice? Well, which one was the competitive one, yeah? I'm sure you should know all about sporting life.
It's not really my thing. I helped her a few times organize festivals, but, we're not close. She's kind of the new guy. I don't know, controversial new hire. Well, not hire, but, hire, H-I-R-E. We're not close like that.
Yeah.
The distant yeah.
I don't know that much about sports. Look, you guys, why don't we just drink? What are the odds we lose? And don't we lose nothing, even if we lose?
Well, I
The
think
Jacknife looks really upset by
Yeah.
that. Oh, I need you to win.
no, we're gonna win.
Let's just say I will lose a lot.
Well, how about this? What if we find a dwarf to hire who can help us? Again,
It's not a lot in the
H-I-R-E.
city. The city's not that big. I mean, Deimos can tell you that there's just not that many people who live here. I mean,
Amos, do you know any dwarves?
Deimos, you probably know a couple, but you're not sure if you could get them in on a scheme.
And it would still
Yeah.
be, 1 versus 12. Unfortunately, I do think we have to find a way to play the game, not the way it was intended. And I'm sorry, Dulam, but we have to, otherwise we just won't win. And if we can't win, we shouldn't take the job.
This unit will not help in that, but it will enter the contest.
All right, fair.
I think it's worth a shot just having Dulam enter. Dulam, can you drink?
This unit can always try.
If we have Samir put a tube in you, is that cheating?
This unit does not believe so.
Alright. Okay, well, same plan as before. Oh, Jacknife, do you have any other errands we need to run for you?
Actually, quite a few, yeah. You mind if I just rattle them off?
No, go for it. I'll get out my notebook.
And this is Mason now reading from the shop on Excel. I've decided for our listeners at home, I'm going to make the shop available for viewing if you would also like to see what the Runtpack can buy.
Oh, I
Yeah,
love that. That's
yeah.
really good.
Nice.
You can
That's
comment
such good
on the episode
content
below and say
for the gram.
that Hire made a bad purchase and should have purchased this item. Or
Crazy.
comment on what quest you want to see the Runtpack do next. Well,
Oh,
let me tell you what
yes.
I've got. So, my drinking competition this weekend, I'd like you to rig. Of course, there's always the big quest that I have for you, which is find a way to free or silence this man in the middle here. Ah! Ah! The cellar is full of magical vermin. I also have a deadbeat patron that has had overdue tab, long overdue, that I'd like you guys to maybe rough up a bit, or at least convince the gentleman to pay his tab, or
I look at Malagus.
Malagus shrugs, then looks back at the woman sitting alone.
It's not you, Malagus. We won't beat up Malagus.
It's not me, you fucking idiots. I have money, unlike all of you.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking,
I also have I have an old debt that a gentleman named Flixie owes me, though I'm not sure if you guys are ready for that yet.
I mean,
Alright.
who is Flixie? Is Flixie, would you say, like a good person, a bad person, neutral?
Flixie is the name of the only demon who lives here.
Okay.
Oh, does he offer deals?
He used
no.
He's sort of moved past that. He's more of a traveler. He's like vacations in certain places.
I just asked because we saw a poster from a demon who was offering deals.
Oh, that might have been one of his. Yes. It must be old. I don't think he offers deals anymore. But anyway, it's funny you mentioned that. That's actually the reason that he owes me a debt. You see, I fulfilled something for him a long time ago, and he never answered.
What?
Do you know what kind of demon he is? Like, is he a demon of any like particular realm or like area, or like do you know if he serves any like other greater demons?
He comes directly from Avernus, I hear, though completely separated himself from them. From what I understand, it only the most cunning or powerful demons can separate themselves from the tethers that their owners, the bosses of Avernus, lock onto them. I'm not quite sure what
That's
exactly.
helpful info.
Yes, of course. I don't recommend you do that yet, though, just because he's a bit of an intimidating figure, and, well, him and Zabrix sort of have a history of unrest with one another, and if you're currently doing a deal with Zabrix, he might not want to deal with you right now.
I see.
But keep him in mind, he runs a little shop down the way. It sells sort of extra planar doodads and magical items. What you'd almost call souvenirs from his travels. The last thing that I can think of that I can have you do for me is there's a rival tavern that just opened that I'd love for you to spy on.
Spy on? Just like to go?
Like spy, or just like go sit there and have a drink and tell you what's going on?
Well, I mean, it's sort of that, but I want to know what their signature drinks are. I want to know who works there. I want to know where they get their supply. I want to know perhaps how big their cellar is, if they have any secret drinks, or perhaps, this big thing that's getting so popular these days, those speakeasies where you can say some password and get entry into a back room. Stupid if you ask me. I would never make something like that.
Sounds fun.
Anyway, it's supposedly very upscale, and I want you to sort of investigate it for me and figure out all you can. I sort of want, not dirt on them, but I want to know if they're real competitors and if there's any way I can undersell them.
Frankly, do you know where, like the laws are of this town? I'd like to, at least know, like, what punishments, from the Lady of Pain we would be, tempting upon ourselves by doing these things.
Is strict but fair, of course. As I'm sure you know, there is no prison here in Circad. The Lady of Pain merely doles out punishments as seen fit. Say, for example, if you were to break into this building after dark and explore it without the approval of the owner, the punishment is the removal of one's finger from the Lady of Pain, severed.
I slap Fire on the back. That's what happens to you!
Guys, I'm not so sure about wanting to break a law anymore.
But you don't have to break the law. In fact, if you're worried about breaking the law, rigging this competition I have planned is significantly worse considering how much money is on the line.
Oh.
It should be illegal.
God.
I hadn't thought about that.
Wait. So if it's a worse crime, that means the punishment's worse. That way, I wouldn't lose a finger. I'd lose like a hand. And I don't know that to be true. So I feel better about that.
Malaga sort of turns to you higher. Have you considered that the old fucking bat might have been misremembering how many fingers you had chopped off? Maybe you had a whole hand chopped off and the shithead just didn't have it right.
Respectfully, like, if you could just, like, not, like, pitch, like, ideas like that to me, it would, like, just personally be better for my mental health.
I just want all your fingers where they are, higher, alright?
Thank you. Me too.
And with that, Jacknife sort of speaks up. Listen, I could just cancel the competition if you're worried about the law. I didn't know you were all law-abiding citizens, but keep in mind, it is my competition, so if you're breaking the rules, it's really the rules that I made, kind of, so it's really not that big a deal.
I still think we can do it. I do.
And spying on a rival is significantly easier. Really, the tavern is quite accessible. You don't have to even break a law. You can just ask the right questions, be a bit persuasive, and get all the information you need.
We're very persuasive.
That's true. Thank you for the information. There's a lot it seems like we can help with.
Yes, sorry if that was a bit overwhelming. I'll make a list for you. And she sort of goes in the back room and quickly jots all these down in a little list on a piece of parchment and hands it all to you guys for you to keep track of. Listen, no rush on many of these. I'd prefer to get this whole drinking competition sorted out sooner than later, but I really have all the time and I really enjoy the company. And she gives you all a sort of genuine smile.
I smile back. I'm in.
Yeah, me too.
We're so back.
We're glad we can help.
The name of the rival tavern is Liquid Velvet.
Oh, that's a very good name. That's the best named bar I've heard of in this town so far.
What's wrong with Smoldering Corpse?
You said it yourself earlier. It's just not an appealing name.
I know. I'm trying to get rid of him. He's like a mascot.
Do you remember his name? We've just been kind of referring to him, and we don't. Does he have a name?
With that, Jacknife looks kind of awkward and goes, "Yeah, that's sort of on purpose." Gesturing to him, with using his real name, sort of, humanizes him and makes us all a little more uncomfortable.
You only have to tell me once.
Octart.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I know it must not be easy for you.
Yes, he was a pyromancer. Fitting,
Well,
right?
you know, they say the way you get
What'd
them
they
is the
say?
way you lose them. So they say.
Never heard them say that.
They do say that.
It kind of makes sense.
Is there anything else I can help you guys with? If you're looking for more interesting quests, I'm sure Zabrix might have something for you. I'm sure you've heard of his sort of backdoor deals that he gives.
What?
Yeah, kind of sounds like he's a demon too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, quite the opposite, actually.
What?
A lot worse.
So what do you mean by that?
It's fine. Just go talk to him, all right? He
Okay.
doesn't get along with demons. How about that?
All right. I guess me neither, as far as I know.
All right. Oh, if you want to check out Flixie's shop, you can. No skin off my back. He's sort of an intelligent demon. He might be able to smell Zabrix on you.
Oh, well, I don't think we necessarily like Sabrix, so
Well, perhaps you're like the demon.
Yes, most likely.
perhaps. Okay, Dula, we need an explanation of that one. What do you mean by that?
Drop the lore.
Well, if he's a devil, not a demon, most likely we will get along.
No, yeah, do you want to walk me through that statement, why?
Yes, they are very lawful in their deals. Zabrix, however, looks for loopholes.
All right, sorry for the questions. I just got scared, but that's very logical. Of course.
The most lawful plane of all. Oh, is he a devil? I never get those two right. What's the difference again? I'm sorry, I don't care.
It is no worries. Devils are typically lawful. Demons are chaotic.
So similar. Well, Flixie is sort of as lawful as you get. He actually sort of sticks right to the letter.
Flixie.
Well, that sounds good. Maybe
It's a
we
good
should
name,
talk
right?
to them too.
Better, more.
The bee sort of buzzes up next to you.
Oh, maybe you know Flixie. That is addressed to the bee. All right, Jacknife. Slap a hand on the table.
Whoa.
Are you losing your mind over?
Let's head out. Okay, I slam my hand on the table. Leave behind 3 clay marbles. Thank you, Jacknife. I'll see you later. We're gonna go put a tube in this kid.
Of course. I'll see you later. And she gives you a thumbs up. I'll be back soon. All right. I've got my eye on you. Haha.
Uh-huh. Dulam, we'll put a tube in you yet.
All right, you guys begin heading out now. Deimos, are you wearing your new clothes?
Yes, I am now wearing my new beautiful tablecloth.
Okay,
I
you
love
guys
her
see
outfits,
Oh,
Deimos.
yeah.
Deimos ripped.
Thank you, thank you.
Alright, as we walk
You were
into the
sewing.
street, I want to sway Doolum, and I'm just start singing a little song. We're gonna put the tube in Doolum.
I'll sort of rock back and forth to the beat.
We're gonna tube him. Tube in the boy.
All right, so you guys make your way to Samir's shop, the Broken Compass, home sweet home, Deimos. You're already back. As you guys approach, Malagus sort of sets up at the same lamppost that he had found the previous day when you guys were here, and just chill outside. I'm not going in.
Oh,
Alright.
You don't have to, buddy.
Yes, I know I don't have to. Is anyone going to wait with me, or am I going to look sad and alone out here?
Orpheus said he would.
As long as you don't smoke, I'm here.
Well, I was only doing that to look cool, because I was alone.
Alright, let's just chat.
About what?
I don't know.
Don't you want to go
If
see
it makes
Samir?
you feel better,
We're-
buddy, it worked. You did look cool last time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, were you watching me through the window?
we were.
Oh, did you see me talk to the crazy man?
Yeah, we did.
I told him some shit to try to scare him. I think I scared him.
Really? Because when we got there, you were sort of pouting and he was acting like totally fine.
Oh. Well, didn't you see it? I sort of tried to be like, oh, well, I can see the future, and I see that you're... I don't know. I'm done. And he sulks.
I'll just sit next to him.
No,
and
buddy,
start-
it sounds like you were onto something. You were just
Yeah.
almost there from that, like a real zinger.
Go see
Yeah.
stupid Samir. What'd you call him, daddy?
I didn't. You're really taking that comment out of context. It's a common idiom, and he is sort of Deimos' father, so.
I'm fine if you go in, Orpheus. In fact, maybe I'll go seek out that, the crazy man, and
I
perhaps
didn't want. I
dialogue
didn't.
with him.
I'd rather wait outside.
What are you afraid of?
Well, it's just sort of an awkward situation.
What is?
Well, I don't know. I don't like talking to people who think they know me, but they don't. I don't mean that in some sort of emotional way. I just mean it's uncomfortable talking to someone when you know they have a certain expectation.
Well, aren't you an artificer? Can't he, like, teach you things about your shitty bag? And he points to your still kind of wet bag.
I have considered it, but you know, I'm doing all right by myself.
Whatever.
I'll go in. I'll go in. I have nothing to be afraid of.
Malagus already starts packing what looks to be some sort of pipe.
I don't know if he wants me gone or not. Oh, I stay with my boys.
Which boys?
Fire Deimos and the kid.
It's crazy.
He's hallucinating.
All right, you guys head in. As you do so, Malagus sort of posts up outside again, trying to look as cool as possible. You see him through the window again, higher, and same as the day before. Albeit, now there's 2 days in a row, so you lose a little bit of the cool factor.
Still pretty cool.
And you guys head inside. You are all met with the faint clicking of the clocks up against the side again. Click, 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 click. All in perfect unison as they tick out every second. And you see, situated right at the front of the shop, what looks to be tinkering with some sort of large automaton is Samir. He wears on his head a huge, what looks to be welding goggles, like the giant headset that welders might use. Deimos, you recognize this as sort of like heavy-duty protection that you might use if you're working on like a big project. And as you'll walk in, he unfurls the hat, taking it off very delicately and putting it aside, and he places his sort of larger than expected hands out on the counter, splayed out in front of you all, and speaks with a pleasant grin. You see this neutral smile wash over his face, and his eyes crease as he gives you all a grin. Well, it looks like you all came back much quicker than I thought.
Welcome back to the Broken Compass. How can I help you today?
This unit would like to drink alcohol.
One thing at a time. How did the fight with the Nonaton go?
You should have seen Deimos. He's the one who killed it. And oh my god, it was crazy. Thanks for setting this up with this guy. Oh my gosh.
Deimos, you
He was
hit the
blasting
final
magic
shot.
missiles all over the place.
And you see, Samir sort of looks up at you now with some genuine pride, and he goes, "Well done, my boy. I'm very proud of you."
Well, thank you, Samir. But it was a group effort for sure.
Well, keep up the good work. Now, Dulam, you were saying?
This unit would like to drink alcohol.
My friend, that can be done. Are you looking for some sort of digestive system, or can I get a little bit more frugal with it?
We just want a tube that'll put the alcohol somewhere, ideally without it getting drunk.
That can be done. Are you interested in this right now, then?
Oh, yeah.
I should have all the materials for it. Dulam, I'll have to take you to the back again, if that's all right.
Quite.
Fantastic. And he sort of guides you back, and as you're sort of cresting the edge of the shop front, he goes, "Oh, and by the way, I'm sure you'll understand that I unfortunately will have to charge you for this."
Of course.
Put it on Jacknife's tab.
I'm sorry, I don't use tabs like that, but perhaps I can collect it from her later.
Yeah, if you
how
just tell
much?
me how much. Yeah, we can go pick it up while you're doing the job.
That would be nice. Looking at Dulam's chassis and body parts, I expect it to be 150 gold pieces.
Well, I have a very high belief that we're about to all come into 100 gold, and I have a few gold myself. I could pay in advance, maybe.
Well, Jacknife said she'd cover it. How about I just run down and get it?
Now, it confuses me as to why
true.
Jacknife wants Dulam to drink alcohol. But I suppose I could help.
Well, it's because of the what are they called? The drunk miners.
Drunk miner. Oh, the tipsy miners. Yes,
The
unfortunate
tipsy
name,
miners.
isn't
Yes.
it?
Apparently, dwarves are really good at getting drunk, and it's a huge problem. So we need to make someone who's better at it.
Equal.
Equal.
Well, feel free to peruse my shop while me and Dulam are in the back. Deimos, if you'd like to show them around a little bit, I'm sure you know where all the best stuff is kept. And he gives you a wink and walks to the back. Come on now, Dulam, and holds your hand and drags you back. You guys are left in the shop now to yourselves. Is there anything you'd like to do in here?
I stretch my quads and my hammies, and then I sprint out the door.
Holy.
Alright, you sprint. Malagus doesn't even get a chance to say something snarky at you as you leave. You see him sort of go for it, like, "Oh, is that fast? I guess he's..." Alright. And you run your way back. Higher, would you like to do anything?
I did like your acid throw up thing, Deimos. How'd you learn to do that?
Oh well, that ability was sort of built in. You see.
Like, did you always know how to do it?
Yeah. You know, one day, you know, you wake up and you know, after a night of drinking too much, and instead of regular throw up, it's just a whole thing of acid, which does cause problems. But
Yeah, that seems like that would mess your body up, but I guess maybe you're immune to it. Like, how old were you when you found out you could do it? I guess you were already drinking. Like, I was thinking maybe, like, one day I could throw up, and, like, maybe that happens to me, because I'm kind of like you, I think.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm about to get drunk. We're about to get drunk soon, so who knows? Drink a little too much.
Totally. I think, you know, if you were able to, I think you would possibly shoot. I think the blue version of us usually spits lightning, so that would be pretty cool.
like I don't know if it would be throw up then. That's still pretty cool though. That would be so good for like water, like yesterday when the Nonaton was getting us.
True. True, you know. So after you drink a lot today, you just like really put your whole body into it when you do throw up, and I'm sure, yeah.
Okay, I'll try really hard. Thanks for teaching me.
Of course.
All right. So, as you guys are sort of hanging out in the front room of the shop, Duelam, you're sort of led to the back room. You recognize this as the previous time you were here, sort of like a workbench that you sort of sit up on, and Samir makes it comfortable for you and begins placing out his instruments. You see him grab a couple tubes off a wall and hold them up to the side of you, measuring them against you. He works in quiet, as you recall before, not really talking much. And after he sort of set up his workspace after about 10 minutes, he sort of leans over you and speaks quietly. So then it was a success. You are free from the Nonaton.
Yes, for now.
That's good to hear. I was worried about you. There are very few constructs in this city, and it would have been a shame for us to lose someone with so much potential such as yourself.
Thank you. It was thanks to my friends.
So what now? Do you believe you will be continued to be chased?
Most likely. But the tracker is gone, thanks to you.
True, they'll have a harder time of finding you, but if by chance they have just a roaming unit that runs into you, it would spell bad luck.
That is true.
I'm sorry, I just worried about you. I made some inquiries and got some interesting results back. I informed you that I have a colleague that you could visit, yes?
Did he?
You recall him sort of mentioning that he himself was not quite involved enough in mechanist studies to be able to figure out what is wrong with your core.
Yeah.
He's sort of continuing that conversation now. My creator had a colleague worked out of the Cassius Academy in Waterdeep, a warforged creature that was of high renown in mechanists and a very strong contender. The dealings of cyborg and robotic folk such as yourself. I recommend that you perhaps speak with them. I could write you a letter of recommendation if you would like.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Of course. One moment, and you see him sort of materialize out of nowhere an inkwell and a parchment, and he quickly pulls out the inkwell and with perfect precision writes very quickly along the edge of it and begins writing a quick note. It happens very quickly. You're aware of this sort of phenomenon yourself as a construct, but constructs write things probably about 3 times faster than humans can.
Ole.
It's almost like a typewriter moving at maximum speed. But Samir writes with sort of the flourishes and eloquence of somebody of high renown, as he then stamps it hard on the bottom, seals this parchment in a fine piece of letter, and writes on the front a name and hands it over to you and goes, "Listen, I understand it might be a while before you venture there, but unfortunately I can't tell you more about your core, but the fine gentleman there might be able to help you."
Thank you. This means a lot.
It's the least I can do. I worry about you, and I know that it is hard out there for our kind. I consider you I consider you a project that I would like to help.
Thank you, Samir.
Of course, my friend. And his name, by the way, I should tell you. Well, he is I suppose he has a degree from the great High Academy of Waterdeep, so he is having the nomenclature of doctor.
PhD or MD.
Show me his license.
Show me his license. And you can see it here. It's Dr. Him. It's spelled Dr. Him.
He really is him, holy.
He's him.
It's him.
Holy.
But you'll likely have to use the nomenclature of doctor when discussing with them. You know how it is with those high academy folks.
Of course.
Anyway, apologies for the discussion. I understand that this work is to be performed at my best abilities. Now, if you'll excuse me. And he gets quiet again.
Nice.
About an hour goes by. During this hour, Orpheus, you run to Jacknife, and Jacknife very begrudgingly hands you 150 gold. You better not be fucking scamming me. I'm gonna go to Samir. I'm gonna ask him.
Do it. Ask him
Him
why
and I
he
are close.
charges so much. Yeah, I know. Every time it comes up, you're like, "Oh, I love Samir. Oh, Samir is such a good kid. Yes, I love Samir." Just tell him to lower his prices if he's so great.
No, he makes good stuff. And she points at the metal arm that she has. This was worth a shit ton, and I'm not complaining. But I'm complaining about this price.
But yeah, I know. Look, dude, we're getting a tube put in my friend. It's gonna be an expensive procedure.
All right. Just please promise to do this job for me this weekend.
Yeah, no, we're gonna hold through with that.
Good. And she hands you the 150 gold.
I bow.
You bow. You run back.
I run so fucking fast. I bow, then I stretch again, then I run back so fucking fast you couldn't believe.
You stretch, and the corpse continues to scream.
I just, right before I while I'm stretching my Amy, I'll just say, hey, we have an idea to deal with that guy too, just so you know.
Shit, really? That's fantastic.
Setting everything to order. Goodbye!
Oh, okay, I can't wait to hear. And you leave. Run back over to Samir. On your walk, you pass by a group of 2 ghosts that sort of float by you.
I'll skid to a stop. Are you from Valhalla?
One of them turns to you and speaks.
Yes or no? Valhalla?
Oh. No.
Alright, bye. I keep running.
No.
Oh. I run faster.
Run back. You see Malagus sitting on the front. He's sort of mad dogging what looks to be some sort of street varmin. There's like a dog or some sort of squirrel, maybe a weasel in the street that Malagus is just staring at. He's got his hands in his pockets.
I'll pause and look at it and say, I can't tell what it is either. Keep going.
You run away. Maybe a rat, you can't tell. You run back inside. You find Deimos and Hire sort of just mulling about the store, enjoying the ambiance. As you run in, Samir sort of calls to you, and you make your way into the back room.
Wait, me? Oh, just for the money.
You have my payment, don't you?
Yes, I have the gold here to go. Bye.
If you'd be so kind. You spend a moment in there, and you see Duelim is sort of opened up.
Whoa.
It's weird. It seems like, is he hurting like that?
Duelim, you get a very odd feeling. This is never an emotion you felt before, but as Orpheus looks inside of you, you sort of feel like a bodily shame. Like you should be hiding that.
I'm really glad that's the first feeling we've unlocked for you.
It's not.
I gotta move my arms.
Cover yourself up a little bit. It's not like a shame in like a sad way, almost in like a sort of biblical sense.
I'm also not subtle about this at all because, so I'm like leaning in, like really just getting an eyeful of your innards.
You're all up in my innards.
You've never felt this emotion before, and it is really odd for you, and you want to make it stop as soon as possible, Duelim.
He doesn't hurt like that with all his guts everywhere. Hey, can I look closer? Do you have a light? I'll light up my one of the bees on my necklace and start looking inside.
Be careful, it's very delicate.
Yes, it hurts a lot. Very much.
It hurts.
Oh, sorry.
A lot,
Sorry?
yes.
If you don't leave my workspace, you're upsetting the customer.
He's hurting, or is he okay?
If you'd please leave my workspace.
Alright, I'll be outside. You called me back here. Goodbye.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate your...
I give him a neutral smile.
Samir smiles back. You notice Samir sort of has on like work clothes back here. He's getting all greased up.
Ooh, daddy.
He's oiled up.
Not oiled, but more like mechanic greasy.
Yeah.
I'll walk back into the front of the store. He's all greasy. They're greasy back there.
Duelim, the sense of shame sort of goes away as Orpheus leaves, and you sort of make note of how to fix that problem.
I'm just so comfortable around you, Samir.
Specific to Orpheus.
It's because we're one and the same, friend.
It's just that easy.
They come to it.
Now, if you wouldn't mind not speaking for a moment, I'm going to be working around your voice box for a second, and I don't want to damage anything.
That is not.
All right. And at the end of an hour, you have a newly installed part. Samir sort of closes you up, and now, if I may sort of explain this as you stand back up, you feel a little heavier, probably about 5 or so pounds heavier, as you have new pieces of metal inside of you. Samir sort of points it out and he explains it to you. Your jaw can now hinge.
Oh. I'm not a sex bot.
It didn't used to do that before, but the metalwork is fine, very sleek. You're sort of passively aware that the craftsmanship of this is very fine, but it is not perfection. It is not quite the standards of Mechanist, but it's enough that it won't bother you. Your jaw can now hinge open and closed, and the inside of your mouth is now sort of a funnel that leads down a tube. Samir sort of points it out to you. This tube goes down into a well here. You'll see it here, and he sort of points it out in the inside of you. It can hold about 5 liters of supplies. Unfortunately, there's no way to have it properly digest, so I installed here an outshoot port. You have a new sensor, a new command, and he sort of pokes and prods at your wires a bit, and you do feel it. There's sort of like a new, almost like a muscle that you can open and close now. But I installed here a sensor on the inside here. If you'd like, we can turn it on where you actually feel hungry, where you actually have to eat stuff every once in a while, though I assume you'd rather not have that.
Yes. I'd rather not.
Good. Well, inside of your, I guess we'll call it the stomach, there's a stretch sensor. Say, for example, you have, and he sort of looks around the room a little bit and goes, how about this? And he returns with a...
Activate that stretch sensor, baby!
You people are sick! And Samir returns with a vial, a glass vial with a sort of stopper on the end, like an eyedropper of what it labeled as rubbing alcohol. Samir gestures to your mouth now and says, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll unhinge my jaw for Samir.
You I hate this. You people are sick, you're sick.
Really
Just
weird.
teaching you how your new body works.
It's really weird.
Your friends are sick.
Can't drink this alcohol. I'll help.
If you wouldn't
This is
mind.
scientific. Would you like to do it yourself? I can go in another room.
No, it's
You
just
can
basic
figure it out.
biology. I don't mind.
Okay, well, that's what I thought. Okay. I'll wait. And Samir sort of walks away. Back out in the shop, Samir sort of walks out and goes, can I sell you all anything?
Are you done helping my friend?
Yes, I sort of had this awful feeling in the back of my throat that something was wrong here.
Oh, okay.
We'd love to hear about your quest.
Oh, yes, I'd love to discuss. Before I do that, Dulam, you want to eyedropper yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you sort of eyedropper a couple of the drops of this rubbing alcohol down your funnel. It goes down, again, sort of loud clanging as it hits the metal. The metal is very thin, so it's very loud as things smack the inside of your new components.
Oh.
And you feel something odd as the alcohol rolls down your throat into your stomach. A sort of internal sensor goes off, and immediately an inhibitor is placed on all of your senses.
Get fucked.
You feel it sort of like the third person for a second, where all of your sensors go numb and you feel disoriented and as if you are severely impaired, which is exactly what what the point of this seems to be. A couple more drops and the feeling increases until you feel wobbly. Your gyroscopes are all misaligned. You feel as though your internal wires sort of shoot off at random. Sometimes your arm kind of jumps up a little bit. Other times you feel your eyes get tired as if you're sleepy, which is an emotion, again, you've never felt before. And all of this feels very strange, but as you sort of expel your stomach once more, sort of spilling onto the ground, all of those feelings disappear in a moment. All the inhibitors let loose, and it all disappears, and you feel completely normal once more as you sort of dribble on the ground.
Please. Just think about the words you choose.
What's wrong with dribbling on the ground? I'm alone.
You sort of, you've noticed that you're all fixed up, and Samir sort of shouts, "Is that what you wanted? I was hoping I could make it perform well for what you're looking for."
I suppose this is fair.
Yeah, I'm sorry if it's not what you're looking for. I'm getting a lot of mixed signals.
Just unexpected. But I suppose this is what the dwarves feel.
To be honest with you, I believe that's what all living creatures feel. I think you might come to enjoy it. Perhaps will grant you a new sense of self. And he gives you a smile. And
you.
if you would ever like, I can install other things in you that are similar. If you're ever interested, of course.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Now then, some things that you could do for me. There's really one thing that comes to mind, and this is sort of a private ask. The thing is that, you see, in exactly 5 days from now, there is what I can only describe as a terrifyingly large machine that will be transported through Circad. You see this place, the crack between planes. It is sometimes used for transportation among higher creatures. Large groups of high-leveled individuals, warlocks of extreme power, or wizards, or kings and queens of dynasties of different realms will sometimes use us as sort of a truck stop along the way. And, I was informed that in 5 days' time, a large machine used for war will be transported through here. And it is not something that I approve of, and it is not something that I want in my city, but whether we like it or not, a portal will open on one side, the machine will be paraded through into a portal on the other. And essentially, I would like to hire you all to look after it. I want you to make sure nobody tampers with it or attacks it or does anything dangerous, because despite my disapproval of the machine, I would prefer that it did not stay here. Distant wars fought between civilizations that we do not know is, it's inevitable, and I would prefer to keep our home safe. I know this is not what you want to hear, and I wish I could change it myself, but I haven't the time or the resources to make a difference in this sort of thing.
I mean, I don't have any personal objection to it. Wars need to be won somehow.
Glad you understand. If any of you have any objections, I totally understand. I am willing to pay you in gold pieces for this. It is a very delicate task, simply to sort of bodyguard. I doubt the machine will be here longer than, say, 8 hours or so. I don't know how fast the movement of its transport vessel will be. But I can tell you where and when it will arrive, and I would hope that you could look after it. Just because there are some creatures in this plane, and those I shall not speak of, that have nefarious goals and perhaps wish to steal this item or tamper with it. And at least I want it to pass through here undeterred, so that we don't have to face the ire of some distant kingdom.
I will say, we could be able to better defend it if we knew who exactly we're worried about defending it from.
I suppose that is only fair. Would you give me a persuasion check for that hire? It's a good.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Thank
God. 21.
Nice. I suppose that is fair. There are two sort of creatures of this realm that I consider a hazard. One of them you've already met, Zavrix the Boundless.
The Boundless?
Yes, I suppose that's his title that he gave himself, Boundless, unbound by dimensions, able to freely travel. He is an unknown, a sort of chaotic force in this town that I do not appreciate. The other, the other is a sort of treasonous reveal, but the Lady of Pain herself is, she is a woman of old age, and I believe in her twilight years, I believe that she has big plans, and that I wish for her to keep her so. What I mean to say is, she's just the ruler of a small town, and I think she's trying to be more. And if some war machine comes through here, she might try to take it, use it here.
Thank you.
I don't
That's
imagine
helpful.
she would try.
Mhm.
Of course, I only wish to give you help. Her guards, the ones wearing the stone masks, you will see them around. You might be able to glean more from them if they reveal anything to you, though I doubt they will. They could make an attack on it, though I doubt it. And perhaps if you could just convince Sabrix, he is a bit scatterbrained, sort of like waving a fluffy ball in front of a cat. I'm sure if you could distract him with something more interesting, he would completely forget about this. Sorry, I don't mean
That's
to
very helpful.
puppet
Yes.
you around. I wish for you to have complete autonomy.
Autonomy.
And if you aren't willing to accept, I'm happy to do it myself. I can bring a few of my friends, and he gestures around the shop itself. I have a few constructs that I could bring with me. But I would prefer if you all looked after it, just so, I don't want to get bullied.
I think we could do that. Assuming we are still here. Are the clocks constructs?
No, not at all. And he gestures at the corner of the room. You see in the corner of the room, which you noticed last time you were here, is a giant iron golem that looks about half assembled. My friend over in the corner there can sort of spring to life given a few alterations.
Whoa.
No, merely golems, nothing so living. I'm not talented enough to create life like Dulam here.
All right.
Are you talented enough to create life?
Not that I am aware of.
I think he meant life such as Dulam, but I agree it was
Oh.
Orpheus would just sort of like look around looking for that book I just gave him, like this guy trying to make monsters.
You don't see the book out anymore. It looks to have been stored away somewhere.
Yeah. Then I think that
And if you'd like, I'm willing to give you I'm willing to front the upfront cost for this mission that I have for you. Like, give you a sort of a forward, if you will, a down payment. And perhaps
that sounds good to me.
If you're willing to accept, and perhaps no one harbors any ill intent at all for the war machine that travels through the city, and you will simply spend a couple hours of your day and earn some fine coin, if that interests you. I should warn you that the portals that will appear for it are likely magically gated. I would not recommend trying to travel through them. Usually these great empires that use us as transportation have some barriers to force us to stay here so that we can't leave.
Understood. All right, I think we could manage that. Seems it's for the greater good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, I'm willing to give you the down payment now on the mission if you accept.
I mean, Orpheus, and you're something of an artificer too. Maybe you could even help with the golem.
With the golem? Which golem?
The one here. And in terms of building life, you're a growing artificer.
I don't know if I could make something alive. I'm not even alive. Now, I will say, if I could get a golem body, maybe I could go in that and Iceland could have hers.
Orpheus, you mean to remain an artificer like Iceland was?
Remain. No, I don't. Well, I want to. She can't exactly fight the way I could, so I guess I'm trying to learn how to use all her stuff, but I wouldn't say. I mean, it's not altogether different than what I did back home, though we didn't have any technology like this.
I see. Well,
But, designing things and making them real, that was sort of my prerogative.
sounds like you have the knack for it. I have quite a few tools here. If you'd ever like to tinker, I could even help if you'd ever like, but I don't mean to impose.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Damn.
No, that's a kind offered. Thank you. I don't know if I'm really the tinkering type.
My apologies. Forgive me for asking.
No, it's okay. I don't know about that one. Anyways, we'd be happy to take on the job for the greater good, right? And the gold.
Fantastic. One moment, please. And Zabrak sort of darts into the back and returns with 2 solid gold bars. Deimos, you recognize this as the sort of traditional way that Samir keeps money here, which is not traditional at all, but it is how Samir does it. He pulls out the 2 gold pieces and holds his hands over them, and you see sort of sparks of magic shoot out of his hands as both of the bars of gold sink down into neat stacks of gold coins.
Mr. Moneybags over here, Jesus Christ!
Buries his own gold.
Both of the gold bars sort of expand and form these round little discs as he forms gold pieces to an amount of 250 and hands it over.
Huge.
How come we're getting more for winning the drinking contest than stopping the nuclear warhead?
She said she has some really valuable items.
The whole safe.
The whole safe.
This is half. I'll provide you the second half on your completion, if that's all right.
They should get us,
Yes.
I don't know, at least a few loaves of bread, right? That's worth it to me.
Were you discussing Jacknife's drinking competition this weekend,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I can't wait to see you there.
He's a shark. He's a shark.
Oh, a drinker!
Oh, goodness. Is this why Jacknife had you? I see. I am understanding.
So, are you going to be participating in the contest?
Well, it was advertised everywhere just a few days ago. You also recognize this Deimos as sort of a widely publicized event. This may be the biggest thing that's happened this season in Circad.
Oh,
Just
God.
because you know what the cash prize is. Actually, you might be the only person who knows what the cash prize is. I will send you a DM on Discord.
Yeah, she fucking avoided telling us, and I know we would make more money just by winning it the good old-fashioned way than by buying into her shit.
No, we already made a
But then we
contract.
lose an ally and a place
Yeah.
to stay.
Yeah.
It's a really nice place to stay, too.
Yeah, true.
We could use money to buy nicer places to stay.
So, Deimos, that's the amount.
That's crazy. That's absolutely wild.
So, Samir sort of gives you guys a grin and says, listen, I don't mean to impose, but it was quite a fancy festival that she set up, and I would quite appreciate the coin.
With us there, it'll be fair, right?
Exactly. And, I could perhaps build a few new golems with that. Perhaps maybe a new warhead.
You need to!
Why does Samir have all these fucking war machines? Can I size him up and think about how good a drinker I think this guy is? Given I don't know he's a construct, so he's sort of a smaller dude, right? So I don't think I would assume he was
Give me an
heavyweight.
insight check.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Maisie obviously has a lot of opinions, but Orpheus, not the most. Yeah, 12.
So he is shorter statured, a smaller person. You'd imagine he does not have a strong tolerance, but something about him sort of gives you just the sort of inkling of dwarfish vibes, and so you sort of get that feeling like maybe he has a history of drinking, but you don't think so considering his personality. So you think you likely in your current state could probably beat him.
Sleeper build.
Okay.
He's perfect.
Well, it's good that you're gonna, give it a try, but I wouldn't worry too much about the money. Just, go to have fun or something.
Well, of course, I agree. I was mostly looking for it as a social event. I don't get out much.
Yeah, I know. Earlier you called all the clocks your friends. I sort of got that vibe.
Okay. We're excited to see you there, man.
Yes, we could talk there.
Fantastic.
Nice.
And feel free to peruse my shop in any way, and if you have anything.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm going to go do some work in the back now, but I trust you all to an eye on the shop, and don't let your sort of chaotic friend here.
Yeah, we'll keep him on the curb.
You're fine. Goodbye. And he walks in the back, and as he walks in, he turns back and he says, "It was nice to see you again, Deimos. I hope you will return."
It was nice to see you, Samir. Sort of sad
Aw.
wave.
He gives you a glad wave and walks back, and you start to hear the sounds of machines ring up again, and you
Giving
assume
himself
he's
another
likely getting
stomach.
into some project.
Nice.
He's gonna install like 5.
I know he gave him
You
the
did
sensor on
notice, Gulam,
purpose.
He
He
had
gave me
like
the sensor.
10 that he was checking out for you.
That's crazy. Get into him.
You know.
Yeah, he's actually taking Doolin
It's
for the
it's only making it
competition.
fair though.
What the fuck? I would sort of look both ways and see if my friends are shopping, and once they are, I'm just gonna walk through that back door.
The back room.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you guys are shopping. You did just
Holy.
receive 250 gold pieces. If you would like to divide that,
Oh yeah, baby.
50 each.
you
What's
you
our
guys can do the
count?
math for that.
Malagus, Orpheus, Dulam, Jaya, Deimos.
You're counting Malagus.
Fire.
You guys are so
That's
nice.
6.
Yeah, that's very generous.
He's gonna kill us. I feel like if we don't.
I'll never lie.
Wait, he doesn't know.
I
He doesn't
think
know.
we should
Boys,
cut him in.
just kidding. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, me
Jeez.
either.
Nice.
Okay, we get 41
pretty
gold
pitiful.
each.
Seems so pitiful.
Are you kidding me? That's a million, infinite more than I had.
Yeah, boys, we take that right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you receive the amount. You now have some
actually the
money
perfect
to your
amount.
name. You haven't even done anything yet.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
only
my two
half.
favorite items are
Free
40
money.
gold. I have to decide.
Oh, would you like to purchase something?
I'm clicking on them. I'm clicking on them for you.
Oh God, what does he want? Oh, he wants the self-winding. He wants the self-winding rope. He wants it so bad.
Oh my god, I looked at that and I was like, Doolin needs this.
It's true.
Crazy. Hire says, "Hey, sorry, I was trying to set you up with Samir. I thought you wanted to follow the whole artificer thing.
Oh no, it's alright. I'm not. I'm interested in the artificial
Yeah,
thing. I just,
yeah.
it's sort of a weird vibe. Like, you know. Yeah. No, but thank you. No, I mean, in normal circumstances, you'd be right. I guess I'm also like not really thinking I'm going to be, an artificer for all that much longer. Like, I'll be home soon, so I don't know.
Yeah, you too.
But no need to apologize, Hire. I appreciate what you're doing.
Pat on the leg. He walks off. Probably like hand tight.
Orpheus has a moment where he really takes a hard look at himself and he's like, I was so charming just a few days ago. Now I can't even talk to my party members.
Oh, I'm trying to get the vibes. Hire can't talk to his party members.
Wait, none of us can talk to the party.
Neither of us can.
So you all are sort of hanging out. You march to the back. Orpheus. Samir is bent over what looks to be a small mechanical. You're not quite sure what it is. It looks like an animal, perhaps, some sort of clockwork machine. You've seen a couple of these sold out in his shop, but nevertheless, he's leaned over it and has completely oblivious to you walking in.
Okay, with all my social grace, I'll just walk up and sort of bend down and check out this thing he's working on.
Okay,
So what's it meant to be?
as you look at it, he sort of not jumps back, but like looks startled as you sort of make your way back and goes, "Oh, Orpheus, I don't mean to impose, but can I help you with something? This is sort of my private workspace."
Yeah, sorry, I just had a question.
Yes, this is I'm making a Clockwork Falcon. I was hoping it could perhaps take messages from one place to another. Though I'm having trouble with the winding mechanics.
Can I just, for what it's worth, check to see if I have an idea for this clockwork mechanism? I just want to look at it.
Sure, I guess this would be an Arcana check, yeah?
Sounds good to me. It's a 10. I got no idea. I don't talk about it.
It's beyond you. It looks cool, but
Yeah, that looks cool. That's a good idea. So I was wondering, do you know this guy Malagus who's like following us around? Like, have you ever met him before?
I can confirm that I've never met Malagus in my life.
Okay, weird way to say it, but do you know who he is?
I'm
Just 'cause,
sorry.
like,
I have sort of a good memory for these.
you have a good memory. So what?
Just that's how I can confirm that I've never met him. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm just like sort of worried about it because, it seems like he knows Iceland, and he's sort of following me, which I think is a good thing because it's like, say I get to Waterdeep and then I find a way to go home, etc. Like, Iceland will just be in Waterdeep, surrounded by people she doesn't know. So I'm thinking it's good if she knows Malagus and he's there, to like look out for her. But if he's not someone she gets along with, that's even worse than having nobody. So I'm just trying to figure out if, I don't know.
I'll share this much. In all my dealings with Iceland, she never traveled with Malagus. I was not aware of him.
All right. Okay. So not a close friend of hers.
If you're looking for advice, perhaps you can. I suppose it would be alright to look through the items that you have in your person. Perhaps you can find out some more personal information.
I've looked through. I mean, not to be nosy, but I got here and I just sort of do what I can. I looked through all her stuff. I didn't really find out anything about her besides the fact that she's being arrested in the material plane. She's really into bees. That's pretty much it. Oh, she also had she was writing some things about connections on the ley line and checking in home soon and building a new apiary, which just goes back to the bee thing. She didn't write a lot about her life, just more to-do lists.
I suppose not a lot of people do they?
I guess not.
I wish I could help you more, but I don't want to. He sort of sits solemn for a moment and puts away the project he was looking at and turns completely toward you now. He gives you a very serious look as he speaks next. It's just I owe a lot of Iceland. She was very important and helpful to me in a lot of ways, and I don't want to betray her. And I'm not sure what her goals were, but, her goals with you, I mean, and I don't think there were any because she didn't really tell me, but also I don't want to say too much,
And see, that's the confusing thing, because no one seems to want to tell me anything, but I feel like I could help her more the more I do. I don't understand why it's all such a secret. But Malagus is the same, and you're the same, and, I don't know if I've met anyone else who knew her. I guess the father, but he's an idiot, so... It's fine. I sort of thought this was what you were going to say, so, let's just hope she figures it out wherever she wakes up, I guess.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking to you as if I'm speaking to some sort of imposer. I know you are not here by your own wishes and just want to do the right thing. I can sense that of you.
Thank you.
I can steer you in the right direction. Start with her home. She wanted to visit home soon, yes?
Yes.
That could be a good place to start. Or
so,
people might know more.
Where is her home, then? Like, is it here? Because I thought this was in the material plane, but, you know her, so I guess she was here somehow.
Her home is on the material plane. Pastoral.
Pastoral? On the material plane? Anything more specific?
I'm unaware of the name, but I know it had great personal significance to Iceland.
Homes usually do. Sorry, I don't mean to... Yeah.
He looks sort of a little uncomfortable as he speaks to you about this. You can tell he's doing this with some sort of great pain in him. Sorry, this is very hard for me. I just... I wish I didn't have to be the one to do this. I get sort of flustered and confused when doing something that I'm not sure I should be.
I understand that. We all have the rules we live by, and it's hard when those start to bend. Believe me, everything is sort of different here than where I'm from, so I get it.
If it makes any difference, I was previously aware of a ritual that could be done to place the body of one into another. Though it was dangerous and mostly temporary and involved having an empty vessel. I'm not sure if that's something you could ever be interested in.
Maybe. I might take you up on that, but not yet, I don't think. Not if it's dangerous.
Okay, well, I don't even have the available components for it. The spell was complicated and of sort of one-time use as it came up. I could perhaps look into it, but I'm sorry, I'm overextending myself here.
It's alright.
I should really get back to this.
Alright. Thank you for the tip, I guess.
Let me know if you'd like any advice on your items. I could help.
I figured out how to use the cannon, so I think I'm alright. Did you do anything else that I'm missing? I've got the cannon and the crossbow. I know that one.
Do you have the bee yet?
The bee? Yeah, later more. Yeah, I figured that one out.
Yes.
My friend Vinny helped me.
Good. And the goggles?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wearing them. She can't really see shit without them. Oh, I don't know if that was a secret. The barkeeper told me that should, be a secret.
No worries. I already knew that.
Okay, yeah, I figured. Oh, you know what? One more thing. Is Iceland a good drinker?
No. Not
no?
At all.
Not at all?
Not in the slightest.
Damn it.
Before you go, I should apologize. I suppose what it is I know Iceland more than I know you, and I shouldn't compare the two of you like that. You're your own person, and I should try to help you as if you are. My apologies for the confusion. I need to spend some time reflecting on this.
Alright. That sounds good. Apologies accepted.
Good. I hope you come back again.
Thank you. Maybe. Bye.
Alright, and you make your way out.
Okay, I'll leave to my friends. I'm in a worse mood than before. I'm no longer dancing Doolam around by the shoulders.
We put a tube into Yeah! It was your song from earlier?
That's just get a smile out of me. I'm saying Doolam's got a tube now. There's a tube in him.
I'll walk past Oro with a magical rope, walking to the back.
Alright, you walk back. Do any of you guys want to buy anything from this shop? Doolam?
Yeah, I'm getting the rope.
Alright, you buy one rope. The self-winding rope. Please add that to your inventory now.
Oh, yeah.
It is a fantastic piece of rope. It is nice and firm. Very hempen in nature.
Huge.
Fantastic. Alright.
Putting that right in the bag.
You tie it off, you drop it
Tying
in. Looking in the bag now, you see your item still on the bottom there. The depth now has not changed at all in the bag. It looks to be about 40 feet the whole drop now. And the room that you see in there is about the same size. There is another door in there now on the other side. It's dry in there. It's not wet. You see a little bit of moisture, like perhaps a couple drops got in, and the walls of the bag are still a little wet from the day before. But altogether, it seemed to have held.
Huge.
You still do not see the stone. You just see your items haphazardly on the bottom next to the broken glass.
We're making a new dungeon.
Yep.
Building it.
Build them up.
Break 'em down.
Break 'em down. All right, and as you guys sort of exit the shop now, you see Malagis has started yet another conversation with a stranger on the street. This looks to be some sort of scholar, you would guess. A short, either halfling or perhaps dwarven gentleman wearing the robes of an acolyte. And Malagis is sort of pointing at him viciously and pointing at his pipe and then making broad gestures
As you guys walk out, Malagus pats the guy in the back
That
and
is
goes, "All right,
crazy.
well, we're done here."
I guess he doesn't like being alone.
So
Sorry,
how did it
did
go?
Malagus just sell him drugs?
So how did it go? I would go with Daddy.
I was taking a while to
Carter's
process
face
that
is so
one.
fucking
I think he was talking to him, like, so he had someone to talk to and wasn't standing alone. But then when we came outside, he no longer has to talk to him, so it's just bye-bye. That's the vibe I got.
So it's good. We got the job. Malagus, here's your cut. I'll throw him 41 gold.
Holy shit, thank you. You could have totally not told me about this at all, and I would have never known.
Why would I do that?
No reason. Did you get what you were looking for, Doolam?
Yes. No, I'll unhinge my jaw.
Fuck yeah. looking great in there.
So I want to like stand behind Doolam and sort of take his hands and hold them over his head and like dance him around. We got to Doolam. No, he's gonna drink at the contest.
I really hope this goes in the direction of Doolam becoming an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Because the inhibitor makes the pain go
It
away.
did not sound like a pleasurable
The
experience.
first human
when you
emotion
described
is
being
drunk.
You were like, he feels like something's wrong. Things are going wrong in his head. He feels bad.
The first human experience was bodily shame.
It's
Drunk
shame,
was
yes.
Then drunk.
You are like Adam. And Samir is your Eve. Whoa.
Whoa. Who's the apple?
Whoa!
Who's my little snake?
Who's my little snake? All right, so you guys make your way now back out into the city. You notice a soft pitter-patter of rain has started up again as the tides are no longer there, but the sky grows dark with clouds and you can't see the galaxies above you anymore. As you now sort of have picked up a couple of jobs, you've got a couple plans now. Perhaps you might stay in the city a bit longer than you might have planned, but it's a welcome change. And as you look out upon the city with the rain falling down on your head, now is a good stopping point, you guys.
Great session.
I hope you guys enjoyed this episode.
We need a new poll this episode.
Thanks everyone for watching.
Biggest boy fit?
Yeah,
Be
I
sure
like
to vote.
biggest boy fit. I think
Be sure to
sexy
vote.
voice is scary.
He's so close to the mic.
I know you'll vote right.
Wait, did you do a revote? This is a recount.
I'm gonna pee myself.
This episode, I would like you all at home to vote for the most defunct player. I would like the
Let's look
most
up that
busted character.
Busted.
Define that as you will. Please vote for the most
Sorry,
defunct character.
is it most defunct player or character? Just to
A
be clear.
character.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
God.
we need to be
save-
more positive. This is still an early poll. The later polls can have the mean stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a poll in the chat. If you're watching this on Spotify, listening,
Watching.
please make your way to the poll below, and you can find our poll, which is for, as Maisie will now explain what our poll is. Maisie.
I'm leaving all that stuff about us finding it in, but we are voting tonight on the most defunct character
Oh,
who is bad at.
Everything.
Yeah, who's just bad.
who's the
Who
baddest?
sucks.
Who's the baddest boy?
stinkers.
It's our fans. Anyway.
In the poll below, and please stop. And please stop commenting that the voices are changing. The NPCs, I promise they're not.
I like
It's always
when
been the
Malagus
same.
is. You said Irish. I was getting more of a Scottish vibe, but I like Scottish Malagus.
There we go.
There are no
So
mistakes.
you hear there is no mistakes. Thank you, Higher Valea, for repeating that. You know it best. Well, thank you guys so much. We've been the Runtpack. This is our new outro. Are you guys ready?